Okay, good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors for our regular meeting of January 13, 2015. We started earlier today at 8 o'clock with an informal reception honoring our elected officials. At this point, I'll call our meeting to order and ask to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we don't have any particular announcements to make this morning. Item number 1 on our agenda comes from the Administrative Office, the election of the 2015 Chair and Vice Chair. Is there any motion on the table or discussion from board?
Yes, Chairman. I would like to nominate Cliff Edson for chairman.
I second the nomination.
We have a motion made by Supervisor Oliveira and second by Supervisor Kearney to nominate Supervisor Edson as chair. Any discussion from the board? Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Chair, would you like to lead the next in regards to a nomination for
Sure,
Vice
I'd like
Chair?
to nominate Chris Wright for Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, can he?
I suppose you could.
Could I make it easy and nominate Chris Wright for Vice Chair?
And I'll second that motion.
Working together already. That's pretty good.
Okay, it's yours. You have a motion made?
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Chris Wright's Vice Chair.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We are going to adjust to our new positions as a board. Thank you, guys. I guess. Diane, you ready for it? Okay. Okay, so we are going to reconvene our meeting. And first, we have recognition and acknowledgments. And so, Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, State of California, proclaimed January as National Mentoring Month and January 15th, 2015 as Thank Your Mentor Day. So this is a proclamation that we have that I'm going to read. Yeah. Yeah. You want to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd rather have you read it anyhow. Okay.
It's like why we're here. Thanks. Is it okay if we do a little presentation with it?
Yes.
There you go. Okay. Thank you.
We need to
Introduce me.
we need to vote on that now, right?
Nope.
Or let them go ahead.
You can allow them to.
We're going to talk you into it.
Okay. Talk me into it. Talk the board into it.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Eustace, and I am Director of Youth Development and Prevention Programs at the Calaveras County Office of Education and the founding director of the Calaveras Youth Mentoring Program. I wanted to introduce right now our coordinator, Colleen Dolan, who will let you all know, those of you who don't already, a little bit about the Calaveras Youth Mentoring Program.
Thank you. quick description about the mentoring program, and then I have our brochure and a list of children who are currently waiting for mentors in Calaveras County. We are the Big Brothers, Big Sisters equivalent in Calaveras County. We're the only youth mentoring program in the county. We match young people between the ages of 6 and 18 years old who want to spend time with a volunteer adult. Usually we match boys with men and girls with women. And what we found is that the matches spending a few hours together every week for at least 1 year has the effect of often improving young people's self-esteem, improving their ability to relate with other adults in their lives, parents, teachers, scout leaders, and also they have the opportunity to explore new passions and learn new skills. I'd love to introduce you to a few of our mentors and community supporters that we have here today. Donna Shannon was the first mentor matched in our program in 2003, and she and her mentee, Tina, who is now 22, are still fast friends. We have Karen Eggleston, our supporter from the very beginning, and Karen has experience with Big Brothers, Big Sisters also. Catherine, our director and founder. We also have Marty Crane, long-term supporter of the program. Ed Ballard has been matched with his mentee, Christian, for 4, as of January 5th. Yes, 4 years, and they've had many great adventures together. Recently, they built a bench together for Christian's grandparents. That was last year's Christmas present. And Dana Nichols was matched for 3 years with his mentee, Dustin, who is now married and living in Arnold. And did you go to the wedding, Dana? Were you able to be there? Yes, the longtime supporter of a great couple in Arnold. So thank you for taking this opportunity to proclaim January as National Mentoring Month. And I'm going to give the clerk our brochure and our list of young people. We find that mentors volunteer in our program when other people they know tell them that they would make a good mentor, that they have the capacity to connect with a young person and brighten their life. So we'd appreciate it if you take a minute and think about the other people in our county who you think would make great mentors at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to share with you briefly a little story from one of our mentors. There's no way to make this taller, is there? Can you hear me if I stand here? Okay. And to share with you some very good news from the program. This winter, our fundraising goal for our annual appeal was to raise $7,500 to attract a matching grant from an anonymous donor of $7,500. And this is a message from one of our mentors. I wanted to share it because I think it's a really good description of the program. This is her experience in relationship with her mentee. My mentee and I first met last year on a beautiful fall afternoon. We were sitting at a picnic table in Murphy's Park, and our visit was filled with nervous laughs and slightly awkward conversation. I look at us now, 14 months later, and I can honestly say we are true friends. These days, she doesn't hesitate to openly share with me her feelings, her concerns, her joys, her darkest moments. She sits with me at lunch and looks me in the eyes and asks me what my deepest fears are, and she really wants to hear my answer. Little by little, week by week, moment by moment, we have grown to love and trust each other. It's a process. There's no other way. Recently, I wondered how much influence one person can really have on another's life, especially for such segmented, short little periods of time. But one day, after a horseback riding lesson at Harmony Ranch, I was listening to her, sitting in the back seat, chattering away nonstop about every subject you can imagine all the way home. She seemed filled with light and joy and confidence, and all I could do was just listen and bask in her glow. In that moment, as I sat there filled with love for this unique, blossoming girl, I got a glimmer of how it must feel to be her, to know that there's someone who loves you all the time, no matter what. After that day, I no longer question whether I'm making a difference. I'm confident that every little bit we do through the mentoring program is making a difference for the good. each and every child in Calaveras County that we can touch in a positive way, that little bit of effort can only be good for all of us, for the child, for ourselves, for our community, and ultimately for our world as a whole. Now I'd like Donna to read the proclamation. And the punchline is, we achieved our $7,500 goal last week, and we will now have a $15,000 annual campaign complete as of this week.
The Board of Supervisors, Calaveras County, State of California, January 13, 2015. Resolution. Resolution proclaiming January as National Mentoring Month and January 15, 2015 as Thank Your Mentor Day. Whereas the future of Calaveras County rests on the hopes and dreams of the children and youth, and whereas too many of our youth face struggles with alcohol and other drugs, gangs, teen pregnancies, and educational failures, and whereas mentors provide valuable role models for our youth, and whereas relationships with caring mentors offer youth valuable support, friendship, guidance toward making healthy life decisions, and whereas the research has shown that mentored youth are less likely to skip school, less likely to start using drugs, and less likely to start drinking. And whereas mentoring after-school programs, mentoring coalition, the public and private organizations throughout California are committed to increasing the number of quality members available. And whereas there are Calaveras youth in 1 through 12 grades waiting for mentors. Whereas National Mentoring Month provides an opportunity to recognize and commend the efforts of mentors and raise community awareness of the importance of mentoring. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, Calaveras County, hereby declare January 15th as National Mentoring Month and January 15th, 2015 as National Mentor Day. And be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors encourage Calaveras residents to honor the role models of their lives by recommending mentors for our youth.
Okay.
Chair, I so move.
Well, do we have any discussion at staff level here? Anybody want to say anything?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. And so now we'll open it up for public comment. Any public comment?
Marty Crane. I am just so tickled to have watched this over the years since the very first public meeting that we had to address the need for mentoring. And I wanted to say that Janice Bassett at the Valley Springs Youth Center is a mentee, and I've had the honor of watching her mentee go from, in this last year, from a very quiet, shy young woman to engaged and excited and over the top thrilled with everything around her. And it's very exciting to see that. And I just wanted to say that when, as was mentioned, anyone that you know that you think would be a good mentor, please tell them. But if you find that there are people who might be a good mentor but really for one reason or another cannot do that, can't step up at this point, they can also be supportive of those who are mentors in support of their mentees. When you see them, encourage them. It's just terribly exciting. So thank you. Thank you. Spread the word.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We'd like to welcome the new supervisors and thank the ones that are no longer with us for their service. And also, we support the mentoring program. Two main reasons. One is its private funding characteristics. This is really great. If you have to go to the taxpayer to do something that's good, there's always a question as whether what you're doing is really good or not. And the second thing is that, at least in our opinion, this has a tendency to raise the level of accountability, raise a sense of responsibility in the community, support the family as a structure. These are all very important things to maintain a free society. Our hats are off to them, and we support what they do.
Any other public comments on the mentoring program? Okay.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And there's a first by Supervisor Chris Wright, a second by, did you first, Ed?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. First by Supervisor Debbie Ponte, and the second by Supervisor Chris Wright. And so I'll call for a vote of the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Seeing none, it's 5-0. Thank you very much for your program. I know I've been to a few of your meetings, and I see some of the results too, and I appreciate the folks that step forward, Donna, for so many years too, and to try to better our community through our kids. So thank you very much. All right, so before we're going to move on, and before we do this, I just wanted, before we go to public comments, I would like to recognize Supervisor Ponte for her last year as chair. And I think she did an outstanding job. And I hope that I could at least do as good as her. I will try my best. But if I don't, then I'm sure somebody over here is going to kick me, and then they'll make me step it up a notch. So we'd like to move on to public comments. We have plans with any item of interest to the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on a consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30 minutes allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the consent agenda. If the public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Marty?
Good morning. Just a moment. Are you having 3 or 5 minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Thank you. Marty Crane. I am honored to be a trustee on the Calaveras County School Board for the last 2 years, and I'm bringing to you today our 3rd annual report. There's a lot of information in here. It's kind of a confusing issue for a lot of people. The Unified School District, the Bed High School District, the County Office of Education, and how all that plays together and fits together, what the roles and responsibilities are. And it's laid out in here very succinctly. And anyone out there in Calaveras Unified, in the reaches of my voice here, please take pictures. We need some pictures for our annual report. So I'll leave some of these outside or here. Where would you like? Outside? And is there a sign-in? Are we not doing that anymore? We haven't done it for more than a year. I guess I always forgot to sign in anyway. Anyway, Happy New Year. Welcome board. Thank you, Debbie.
Morning. Welcome. I'm Joyce Teckel. Today I'm representing the Community Action Project and the Calaveras Planning Coalition. We're going to be holding another public meeting in the Let's Talk series, and this one's about the general plan update and why it matters to the citizens of Calaveras County. The date is Wednesday, January 21st, 1 to 4 p.m. at the McCollum Hill Town Hall across from the Hotel Leger. Tom Infacino, our facilitator, will be leading the meeting. And some of the topics to be covered are: what is the purpose of the general plan? What are the elements of the general plan and how do they relate to each other? Will community plans be included in the general plan update? How can I most effectively review this large document? What should I look for when reading it? How, when, and where should I submit my comments? And what are the next steps in the approval of the general plan? We sincerely invite every member of the public that chooses to show up. We think we can really be helpful. So I'm going to give copies of this to the board. And Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce.
Good morning. My name's Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs. Happy New Year to y'all. I want to draw everyone's attention to something that's on the very front page of our agenda. And it's right underneath the logo, right underneath regular meeting. It says Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District. Those are three separate entities that serve three separate purposes. And up until about 2 or 3 years ago, the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority was not on the agenda. The Board of Supervisors had no idea that they were supposed to be serving as that capacity. And for years, the Board of Supervisors ignored that responsibility. In the last few years, the advisory committee has been trying to pull itself up by the bootstraps and incorporate its input into what the Board of Supervisors may need or require, and has not been truly successful. And I think that has a lot to do with the lack of support and attention that the Board of Supervisors gave this entity. I'd also like to draw attention to something else that hasn't gotten a lot of attention. It's the 250 to 275 home care workers that work for this program that get paid by the state with federal, state, and county monies, which work for individual handicapped and elderly people in their homes. No COLAs for 5 years, no pay raises for 5 years. You haven't seen a strong union of home care coming forth and asking for anything from you for 5 years. The state is finally loosening its grip on home care a little bit. They might be relinquishing the 7% cut to services that our program has suffered for the past 3 to 4 years. I hope that you'll be thinking of cutting some slack for the home care workers, once again, who haven't asked for anything for 5 years, have not received anything for 5 years, and is way overdue. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Vicki Ranke, Calaveras County Republicans. First of all, I want to welcome the new board members. Looking forward to a great year, and to thank Debbie for her chairmanship over the past, was it a year or 2 years, but did a great job, and appreciate that. And welcome Cliff, and congratulations on being the new chairman, and Chris vice chair. So this will be kind of a fun year, I think. I just wanted to follow up on something that I had talked about when the general plan was being presented and before it had come out. Now that it's out, we see what's on it. Did we, and I'm asking because I don't see it on the website anywhere and I haven't, but that we notified property owners that will have a change in their property zoning. I know we're not doing zoning right now, but obviously, however the general plan gets set up, that's how it'll get zoned. So I wanted just to follow up to make sure that you guys have checked that, made sure that there are notifications going out to property owners, since they should be the loudest voice for what happens to their private properties. So I just wanted to bring that up again at the start of the year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, John Faust, Arnold. I've been a resident there for quite a while. I'd like to address the Calaveras County Air Pollution Control District with regards to imposing a permanent daytime ban for burning. CAL FIRE imposes it usually mid-May to early June, depending on the fire issues. But the daytime burning, all the neighbors up there I speak to, everybody would like to see this imposed. And maybe we can put this on a future agenda. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Paradise, folks. I'm not going to start out with any picking on anybody, but I would suggest that you might want to consider a couple of items. And I'm looking for your benefits, basically. These agendas, and I'm sure you're all mental giants up there, but you have a 500-page agenda on there. You meet every other week. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to handicapped people who have a hard time grasping the English language. But to unload 500 pages on you folks and to expect you to make a reasonable and logical decision, it's not fair to you. I mean, you get it. I get mine Friday afternoon. And I'm a sick puppy, and I do read that piles of paper. It's not fair to you folks. It's either think about how you could make it more efficient so you don't get in trouble, because whatever the staff's going to do, it's going to be in your head. And we have a history of staff basically putting it bluntly, screwing the public, misleading you, because you did not, I don't believe, I think you're all sincere and honest. But do you really have the chance to look into it, read it, ask questions? What's being asked of you to make a decision on? It's not fair to you folks. It's not fair to the public. I'm not questioning your sincerity, intelligence, and anything, but it's not really fair to you folks. It's not really fair. There's going to be issues coming up. 3 minutes. There's a whole bunch of, putting it bluntly, garbage in there, repetition and so on, numbers. Do you really have the time and the chance to do your own research? Because your staff, I'm not saying your staff, but staff in this county, were not exactly always forthright with information or total information to you or the public, and it's going to come back and bite you.
25 seconds.
So please, I just consider it, okay? To be fair, because I don't like to pick on anybody, but I will. You're up there, you're not a buddy, you're not a friend. You got one of your hands in my pocket. That's the way I look at it. So please, that young lady will keep you out of trouble, but you also have a law library that you can visit, and you should learn to how to visit it. Thank you.
House of Gallant Taxpayer Association. Well, we're going to start the new year just right. We're going to talk about CEQA and some problems with that. On the Union Democrat had an article in its business section, which I couldn't locate online. So the best I could do was to copy it and then paste it and provide it to you, which I just passed out. And the title is "The Proposed CEQA Changes Unworkable in Rural Counties." Now, this is probably an opportunity where the progressives and the conservatives or those that are interested in preserving our Constitution can probably agree that if these things that are suggested are imposed, it'll have a disastrous effect on our economy. And this is the public officials in Tuolumne County agreeing, including the planning director, Bev Shane. And so it's probably worthwhile to look at and then maybe join that county in extending your influence with maybe with organization of counties, CSAC and the rural county organization to try to prevent or try to reverse what they're attempting to do. And what it is they're imposing a criteria and improving projects using trip miles. This is for ecological reasons or global warming reasons. And there is no established criteria to use to compare if somebody want to build a gas station. How do you compute how many trip miles that's going to generate? And this pattern of not being able to work applies to all the rural counties and rural areas. They're different than the urban areas. So please read the article, and if you agree, that'll be one of the first items on your agenda to share with other counties to try to get that mitigated so that you don't hurt the people or the property rights. Thank you.
Joe Kelly. In 1985, SWRCB had an agreement, or has an agreement with CCWD to require the CCWD complete its application of water to the authorized use by December 1st, 2005. That agreement is regarding the North Fork, and if it isn't completed, there could be a potential loss of 6,000 acre-feet of water. This brings me to my subject. I request you suspend the 90-day review of the general plan. It's inefficient. It's not good. Milton, Jenny Lind, Wallace, Burson, Valley Springs, 70 square miles under water stress. The general plan states proven well or public water supply, not a guaranteed supply. We don't know what we have, folks, and it's been the past board, and it may be this board's problem, too. And it needs to be addressed. That's why I'm asking for a suspension of the 90-day, so that you folks can get together with CCWD, come to grips with it, find out what it is, and make sure and assist them if necessary to get the job done so we know what we have for water in this county, that if it has to come under a public facility, that it can be done. Otherwise, you're just going to be blowing smoke in the wind and just spend $1 million-something, and that portion of it of housing as a waste of time because it will be incorrect. So that goes into the issue of how you can project housing, which is what we have, and it's also housing, I believe, based by the state of California. What the hell do they know about Calaveras County, let alone what DWR. We're already under FEMA arguing with DWR about their information that's incorrect for this area. So it shows, at least the past boards, the new board's going to get a real quick taste of the FEMA issue. But we need to get this prime consideration of water, guaranteed water supply to fulfill the needs of the residents. So that's my point for this, and think about it, please, because it is probably the most important thing in this general plan, water, and how we are going to grow. Talking about jobs and infrastructure and everything else is all talk until you know what you have to be able to set it forward and get move on it. Thank you.
Any more public comments?
Good morning, George Fry. Debbie, I too want to thank you for your leadership as the chair of the board this past year. When you took over that first day, it was seamless. In the entire year, you just did an outstanding job of running the meetings. I mean, it was really, really positive, and I want to thank you personally.
Thank you.
Okay, so that would complete public comments, and we will move on to the consent agenda. So consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. So anybody on the board wish to remove any items on the consent agenda? No? Any members of the public wishing to remove any items on the consent agenda? You just say what number.
Could you please remove items 12 and consent agenda?
12? Okay.
11, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 10 has already been addressed previously. Thank you.
Okay. Any others?
Make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Debbie Ponte, second by Steve Burney, to approve the balance of the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, it's 5-0. So let's address number 11.
Joe Kelly, my question is this, is what are the adopting changes consistent with the new MOU with Service Employees International, Local 1021 SEIU for the Board of Supervisors? For the Board of Supervisors. So this now says for the Board of Supervisors. That means something to do with you folks, with their union contract, other than you're approving it or signing on to it? And the other thing is I would like to know what adopting changes, those changes in it are. I've learned over the holiday that 4% raise that these fine folks gathered, they're about 2% behind due to the cost of insurance increases, from what I understand. So I believe there might be a little strife and rife in the SEIU ranks in that particular instance. So if you could, please, tell us about the adopted changes.
Any other comments on item number 11 from the public? Okay, then I'll bring this back to our CEO for an explanation.
This amendment to the ordinance was introduced at the board meeting in November, and when we were preparing to make the adjustments for the 4% COLA that was coming in January, we realized there was a typographical error in the resolution for the board's compensation. Instead of reading 4% as both all unrepresented electeds and the board follow the SEIU contract. And there was a typographical error. It said 2.5% instead of 4%. So this amendment to the ordinance corrects that. It also corrects the amount of health insurance that the county contributes because it was off by a penny.
With that, if I may, I beg your indulgence. As I stated last year, I believe, was it's time to separate the board from the SEIU and anything else. Ms. Callaway had made objection that, we can't do that. In fact, you can. It has been done in the past. I didn't read this thing, or I would have brought the information on it. I already looked it up. And Ms. Callaway was the chairperson that was board chair at the time that the board was able to do their own pay raise without consideration of SEIU. So I suggest you bring it back to the board to change out of following along with the SEIU and be your own agency in that respect for your pay raises. Then you're responsible to us. Thank you.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Chris Wright to approve. Second by Debbie Ponting to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstained? All right. So it's 5-0 in favor. So number 11, number 12, I'm sorry. Number 12 is a review of Calaveras Transit for the year 2014-15 first quarter performance report and to approve a resolution adopting the bus advertising policy.
Good morning. I'm Bill McManus. In light of the information that appeared in the paper, the Calaveras Enterprise, this morning, I'd like to see if the board has any interest in divulging to the public what the rapid transit or county transit system is all about. I found it shocking that the number of $76 per passenger is what it costs to move people around this county. Not too long ago, the bus company wanted more buses. It's the build it and they'll come theory, I guess, which apparently isn't working out. Now they want to go to small vans. They want to expand more routes. And as these decisions continue to creep through in consent agenda, I think the public has lost track of how much the system costs and what the true benefit is to the county. I know there's federal funds involved, grants and everything else, but there is real taxpayer dollar going into this black hole, and I'd like to see the board divulge or issue to the public their analysis of the rapid transit system and how you can justify $76 a passenger. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had a pleasure reading the report from Public Works, and wonderful. But I'm talking not just as a Calaveras County taxpayer, but I'm talking about from my other pocket, state taxpayer and federal taxpayers. And I give all the credit to Public Works, got a new director there, but folks, such a waste of time. It's ridiculous. I mean, take yourself away from where you're sitting right now. Look at the point from, yes, we want to be nice, we want to be charitable, we're going to give you this wasteful, inefficient public transportation in this county, which your people are dropping, they're not using it. You got to meet a certain requirement in a box fare, but take a look at the dollars in there. I mean, it's cheaper for those guys or people, whoever, ladies, gentlemen, whatever, get a cab and get reimbursement from the county than what you're putting out. Show me one place that public transportation in a city that can make it affordable to the taxpayers. I'm not saying I have a solution for you, and I realize there's a need, there's needy. Beside the public transportation, you have folks. You taxpayers are also paying to maintenance of cars to Health and Human Services. They take care of the DMV, the smog, and all that crap, so they can get a job outside the county. Get some common sense. And I don't have the solution, but please, you folks with the great minds, integrity, can crunch the numbers to the taxpayers, because each one of us in this county, we're paying out of three pockets, left, front, and back. And if you say, oh, that's bad, folks, it's the biggest crap in the world you can do. That money could be used. I think there's a couple of fire districts that could use some of that money. Give them vouchers for a taxi cab. So, for what it's worth, crunch some numbers, folks. I mean, it might look mean, but crunch the numbers. Please. Thank you.
Any other public comments there? Deborah?
Hi, I'm Deborah Mullen from Public Works. Welcome new board members. Happy to see you. It is an expensive service, and we're doing a lot of activities right now to try to bring those costs down. The $75 per passenger subsidy that's just for the route to West Point. By contrast, for instance, the route to that serves Valley Springs to Angels Camp is the subsidy is $11.74 per passenger. In adding vans to the fleet, what we're doing is substituting the vans for the large buses. So the operating costs will come down, service will increase, we'll be able to serve more people to get where they need to go. I look forward to bringing you the next quarter's report. I think it's going to look a lot better. Going to be aided by the reduction of fuel costs, which will go a long ways. We're gradually getting our new buses into service. We're in the process of getting new buses, and the maintenance costs will go down. So that's real integral to the operating costs, is the high cost of maintaining our aging fleet. And be happy to answer any particular questions.
I'm good. Anybody else want to ask any questions?
Go ahead.
I'm going to let you go first.
All right. Well, this action is just on bus advertising, correct?
Oh, yeah, yes. It's kind of a separate, semi-unrelated to the quarterly report, which is a routine presentation.
Because I completely understand some of the comments. When you look at this, and some of those routes were 7 people on the average per day, and we're sending a large bus to pick those people up. Now there was some real growth in the route that serviced Columbia College. Now, and I made those notes, and when I read it, I probably felt the same way that they do. Now, my question would be, if we're just acting on the advertising policy today, would it be better if we bring the whole program back and review it, as opposed to just doing a part of it today?
The transit system as a whole is being reviewed quite a bit through the Council of Governments at this time. They have there's several audits, performance audits going on, and a service review, and the program as a whole and any changes or efficiencies are going to be brought to light in that way, in that venue. One of the things that the Council of Governments, in bringing, in processing that, is they want to see more information being brought to your board. So that's why we've brought this quarterly report, which has already been presented to the COG board. Bringing it to the Board of Supervisors, just to bring your board into the conversation and to be more familiar with the process and to get your input and suggestions and recommendations. But the county is the operator of transit.
Well, I'm willing to agree that the advertising policy makes sense with what you're trying to do, and you're trying to build those 4 routes up. I guess what I'm looking for is probably what everybody else is looking for, a complete look at the program and say, it's very hard for me to understand why a large bus shows up at a stop and nobody gets off of it. And when you see these numbers, it justifies what I just saw. So maybe in the near future we can get a more complete review of the program and where it's going.
That's what we're doing, yes.
See, and I think what's happening is COG plans on doing that, actually.
Yeah.
It's in the works.
This is just a very small part of this program, and it's not covering actually the question. The reason why we pulled it off the consent agenda is not very much related to this particular agenda subject.
Right.
But it is. We recognize, because I'm on the COG board right now, we recognize that the public needed to be able to weigh in more, and that the Board of Supervisors should be getting more up-to-date reports more often, so that it can become more public and get more discussion on it. And that's exactly what they're doing. This is just a small part of what that is.
I understand.
And Mr. Packinger has just reminded me, it's the short-range transit plan that's doing exactly what you're proposing, and it's a real intense look at all aspects of the transit program. So that is ongoing.
I'll look forward to learning
Yes.
more about it.
Mm-hmm. And as for the advertising, I think it's important that there's a policy in place, because this helps to, there's a lot of requests that come in to put advertising on the bus, and and at the stops and things like that, and not just advertising about the bus service, but people want to be able to, when I'm in Sonora, you see, KNG TV radio on the back of the buses and things like that. So there's lots of opportunities for commercial enterprise in Calaveras County to be able to further promote their businesses on a bus like this or a van or whatever it might be. So I'm supportive of the particular advertising policy that's been brought forward.
Yeah, I am too. I just wanted to address, my district, District 2, it's a very sparsely populated district, and so any type of mass transit is probably a misnomer. It's not mass transit. There's just too few people. But that still does not mean we should neglect the people that need it. Their lives depend on it, literally, many times to get that transportation. They have no other transportation. So the goal is, how do you provide transit for, these rural areas? And that's the challenge the COG has faced. And I think they've started to address it through providing smaller buses, more like vans, really, to get out there. Because when you did have reliable service to West Point and to District 2, you saw the ridership level go up to a point where it was really pretty high for the area. And then what happened during the recession, when they cut back some of those bus runs, people couldn't then schedule their lives around those bus runs, and so they stopped going altogether. And that's why you have such a low ridership. You have a regular, reliable system that people can depend on. You'll see it gradually rise back up. We have to keep that there. And how do we do it cost effectively?
One of the proposals that we're looking at is to perhaps run several in one day, but not every day. Maybe have transit Monday, Wednesday, Friday to West Point. People can make up their appointments on those days, and it might serve better. But this will involve some surveys in the community, and you can be talking to people.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm not sure how effective that would be. But but maybe then you could also look at doing something like that and have a, like Peter said, actually thought was a fairly decent idea. Was the cab voucher. I mean, for me, it's what actually will work to serve the people the best and be the most cost effective. If it is a cab voucher to fill in the backfill, then let's do that. I mean, whatever works.
Mm-hmm. I do have one question. I agree that the program should be reviewed, and you're going in the right direction there. After my review and packet, I had questions moving to Supervisor Kearney. I do have a question regarding the advertising program on the buses. It's my understanding that we're doing a limited advertising program with one of the radio stations over in Tuolumne County on our buses now. Is that program, the advertising program on our own transit buses, going to be administered in-house, or is it a marketing program, or how is that going to work?
The way it works is it is handled in-house, except that the advertisers are responsible for getting the ads made themselves. So they work with the printer or the agency that's going to put on, or any kind of ad agency. We don't design the ads. We just sell the space on the buses. In the case of the
provide their own artwork,
right. They just have to give us a sample in the agreement so that it can be approved by county staff under the terms, excuse me, of the policy that you set. In the case of the radio stations, we have agreements with 2 radio stations of space swap, where we have radio airtime for transit advertising, and we provide bus space for their advertising.
And the program is structured where you have short-term advertising, long-term advertising.
We like to get annual.
Capture all that opportunity. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
It was just said that there's 2 radio stations for advertising. Which stations are they? The one was mentioned in Tuolumne County. Where's the other one? Is it the one up in District 2, or where?
There's 2 in
If it
Sonoma.
isn't, maybe we should look at District 2. If people are listening to it, if they can get it, then it's another way. And I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious because I picked it up one day. And I thought, wow, okay. But I didn't hear any kind of necessary advertising. It's been a while since I listened to it. But if you're going to do it, you need to look at everything that's available and anything that's available in this county that may reach out to, especially the community. Thank you.
If I could remind the board one more time, if you take action on item 12, if you'll look at your own agenda, you'll see that it is comprised of 2 parts. And if you want to bifurcate this item and put the review of the entire system up for public review, or get the auditor controller involved so that we get some real information out to the public and act on the advertising portion of this. But if you vote and approve the advertising, you're also accepting the review. And where is the report? And what have you done to review it? And what have you come up with? So if you could consider that, I don't know if it's possible, either that or maybe you should not support this item right now and bring it back up again in 2 separate pieces. Thank you.
Peter Ridge, gentlemen. One more thing also I'd like to say as far as advertising. We can get to the other stuff later. There's certain criteria of what you allow or don't allow to be advertised on the vehicle. And that's based on ideology and individual values and politics, not one of those old-fashioned called supply and demand. I agree with obscenities and so on, but there's other things that are totally legal that could be advertised, like gun rights. They knock it out right off the bat because somebody, someplace, as a condition of your grant, don't like that particular type of advertising. So think about it, okay? I can understand it. Fine. They are in power. Pretty soon their ass is going to be out in the wind, but right now they are in the power and they hold the purse string. But realize business is basically supply and demand. So the policies of what you can and cannot advertise on that bus is not driven by business sense. Thank you.
Hello, Melissa Eads, Executive Director with the Calaveras Council of Governments. I'd like to welcome the new supervisors. And I'm really happy to hear the discussion that's ongoing today regarding this item. The Calaveras Council of Governments is your partner in accountability in the oversight of the transit system and the funding used to support the transit system. Just a quick update on the work that we've done. This issue of costs and service efficiency has been a concern of the Calaveras Council of Governments for several years now. We are working with the Public Works Department. We've conducted an internal audit of the organizational and maintenance department within Public Works. We've released to the Calaveras Council of Governments an organizational and maintenance analysis that was reviewed by them, I believe, in December. We're coming back to the Calaveras Council of Governments in February, and we will be doing a follow-up presentation on organizational structures for the Calaveras transit system and ways that we might more efficiently provide a service. We're also working with nonprofit organizations throughout the county and finding ways that they might be able to provide more door-to-door personalized services for residents in remote geographical areas so that the county can focus on those core route structures that they're so good at providing. The example, I believe, is the Valley Springs to Angels Camp Run, and then also the service that they provide to Columbia College. So I just wanted to let you know of those ongoing efforts, and we would be happy to partner with your staff and bring back a presentation to the Board of Supervisors. And I'm excited to hear of your interest in the transit system, and it's a priority of ours at Calaveras Council of Governments, and I'm happy to support you with any information you might need. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Hi, I'm Alice Montgomery, and I'm I'm fairly new resident of the county, usually before part-time. In another county where I have lived, they had problems with money for the buses. So what they came up with, and it just probably sounds so materialistic, but they shrink-wrapped the buses. They kept the county logo, and it became something where not only did it pay for itself, they had people waiting in line to pay to do it, and the money problem went away pretty quickly.
Run that by me again.
They shrink wrap the buses.
Some advertising.
It's very cool, and then people also, yeah, and people really wanted to ride the buses. They kept the county logo, and it's like AT&T Park. No, it doesn't sound like, you know, what you want to name it, or maybe what you want to see, but all of a sudden it became pretty cool to ride the buses. It's just an idea, and there was no more money problem.
Marty Crane. I serve on the SISDAC Social Services Transit Advisory Committee as well. And this question of the funding of our transit system comes up quite often. It's almost an ongoing annual or biannual thing. And some years ago, when Jamie Azarvan was the, I believe, director of transit, the former supervisor Tom Tryon and Paul Stein, both serving on the Council of Governments at the time, requested and required that the staff provide a PowerPoint presentation with alternatives, which they did. And at the conclusion of that presentation, to his credit, Mr. Tryon, Supervisor Tryon at the time, publicly apologized for having required the staff to go to such lengths to provide all this. But I would suggest to you that it was filmed and it was highly informative, and it would be, I suggest that you research that, find it, review it, to add to your level of information, because when you talk about the funding of our transit system, please just go look at it. It would be good. Everybody should look at that. Thank you. And I'm sorry I don't have the details on when that was, what the date was, but I'm sure we can find it. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments on this item? I'd just like to make a comment. Any comments from you guys anymore? No? I've been on COG for the past couple of years, and I've watched this public transportation thing evolve, and I know that it's over the past year or so, Public Works has put some pretty good people in charge, and they're starting to create a program that I think will blossom into a much better program. There's a lot of ways to skin a cat, and advertising is one of them. You could probably, it sounds to me like they're going in that direction, but like any program, when you first start it, it takes a while to get off the ground. I can tell you that there's a bunch of college kids that depend on that transit system to go to Columbia right now. We are building a Delta College program here in Calaveras County, which will also have a lot of dependent young people looking for transportation needs to get to their classes. If you cut out, like Chris was saying, if you cut out the areas up by West Point and Railroad Flat and all of that, you're not. Chances are the folks that are up there that would have or could have gotten an education because of the transportation system will not be able to do that at that time. That's not going to help us out. I can tell you that. So you want to, you might want to. That's going to cost us a lot more money in the future when you start cutting off services for folks that could better their lives and better their communities. So I think that we're heading in the right direction. I think that if you want to make some good comments about the program, go to COG. Go to the COG meetings and make your comments to that board, because that board basically lets it ride or comes to this board here and makes the suggestions to drop it. So as long as I've been there, I haven't seen a whole lot of public show up at those COG meetings to make the comments on the transit system, and that's where I believe it needs to start. So we're going to take the recommendations here of, in most cases, of the COG board and the research and all of the work that's done there on the program. So that's my comments. And any other public comments at all? If not, I'd like to bring it back to the board. Go ahead.
Vicki Ranke. Just listening to this, I think I do have a question. As a public person, you start watching what happens in government, and you start feeling like you've lost contact or ability to see things happen because there's so many layers. In other words, we're talking about our transportation in the county, which I would assume would be the responsibility of the Board of Supervisors to make any decisions about that. And now we have a government, CCOG, who sounds like they're making all those decisions. So you're right, if the public's not there, they don't get input, then by the time it gets to you guys, you're sort of rubber stamping something. So I don't know, I guess I'm just putting that out to say, is there a better way we can do things to make things more efficient? And then as we vote in all of you to represent us, and then it's frustrating when you don't even have the ability to do what people want in the county because it's gone through some other avenue, some other entity that is working on this issue, and then come to you like, well, you just have to represent this. We worked for years on this. So anyway, just a comment because it's very frustrating. Thanks.
Excuse me again, at the risk of sounding tedious, the item that was on the agenda, the first part, was the first quarter performance review. Do you have that data? Have you reviewed it, and what are your comments? It seems, as often happens here, the comments after the public seem to morph into another arena. We're not here to discuss the pros and cons of having mass transit or public transit in Calaveras County. And it seems like some of you are framing the issue that we have to have all or nothing. That's not what we're talking about today. It's simply the review of the report and what did the report say. Can any of you report to us? Are you happy with the performance report? Have you read it? Does it exist? That's all we're asking for. And that it be handled as a separate topic and not bound up with the advertising. If advertising is good for the system, let's move it ahead. But let's take a look at the nuts and bolts of the system before we have any further discussions about what we can do to improve it. Thank you.
Yeah, comment.
Mr. McManus, in response to your inquiry, I also agree. This is a review of the quarter performance. I was encouraged by CCOG and Ms. Eads' information about looking into that, and we're seeing another review. I agree with you that this is a review, and we have two separate issues here. That's why I addressed only the advertising at this time. I do await that information. I have read the report. I've seen the review in the packet, and there is area of concern.
Thank you, Mr. Olivier. The point I was trying to make, and I was really heartened to hear that Public Works will do what you want as far as giving you information. What I'm looking at is the other side of that. Is after they give you the information and you evaluate it, that it comes back to the public. And that we're not chasing meetings all over the county trying to get this information. That's your job, is to review it and report back to us. Thank you.
Marty Crane. In addressing the flow of information, I just wanted to share that I mentioned the SISTAC committee. It's a group of citizens and transit users and providers and people in different categories, making sure that we have a broad spectrum of the public providing input. We'll be meeting this week as well, providing input on the system and how it can better be served. We do outreach to the communities and surveys, please requesting input from the community, and many of them, they're not here today because they don't have cars. They can't get here. So many of them, that's the only way that they can get their, be heard. So we gather the information, we go through each one individually and address them as to what is financially feasible, what is something that we can actually do within the system, and then that information goes to transit and the COG, and then comes here, and then to the public. So that's how we reach out. So get involved. It's great.
Joe Kelly, Mr. Edson brought it up. Not a lot of people are attending COG meetings at night. Do the buses run at night? Will there be a guaranteed bus down here at a COG meeting to take the people that might be able to come down from in Mr. Wright's district to be able to get back home? I don't think so. So if you have to put out this information, here's another point. We talked about radio stations. My question wasn't necessarily answered. Public information announcements, and you can do it through probably any radio station around that might be here, to include the one up in District 2, so that their people have an idea, and then it could encompass this concept of if the bus schedule, and I realize it's a big convoluted project to get bus schedules squared away to make them work properly, and that they also use vans at other times for lesser people. Not lesser people in quality, but lesser amount of people. Don't want to get any wrong ideas there. So something could be worked out, and then you could get the people down from up there, to include students that might want to come down and have some say in the issues. I mean, we started night meetings with the board, and I think that was on your recommendation, wasn't it, Mr. Edson, back then, to start night meetings?
It was a collaboration.
Well, a collaborative effort, but and so we have them. So why not set this thing up so that all kinds of meetings can have a transportation project assigned to it to be able to make it work, if possible. Try it. See if it doesn't work, then you cancel the transportation project. Then it shows the lack of desire by the people not to come, and that would cure that problem. That would be just a flat reality check. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will bring number 12 back to the board for. Okay, George, go ahead.
I support what Chairman Edson was saying about coming to the COG meetings. Several years ago, I was an alternate on the COG, and I was fortunate enough to go to several meetings when the regular COG member wasn't able to come to the meeting. And I think that the public, number one, doesn't realize that there are 4 elected officials on the COG. There are 2 city council members and 2 board members. The 2 board members are Supervisor Ponte and Supervisor Edson. There are 3 public people who are selected by the membership of the COG. And if you're interested in what's going on at the COG, you need to go to the meetings. The other thing is you can be asked to be put on the email list, and they'll email you the board packet, and you can review it.
Address the board, please. Okay.
Say again?
Look this way.
I'm sorry. So anyway, that's the 2 things that I would suggest that you do in terms of getting involved in what goes on at the COG. Thank you.
I have a couple comments. First of all, for what's included in our packet, and I believe it's open to the public and available to the public too, is this quarterly report is dealing with July 1st, 2014 through September 30th, 2014. So this report has been reviewed at COG. There were a number of questions at the COG meeting, both by members of the public there and on the board. We have directed the transit folks to be a little bit more taking a look at their operations in a variety of different levels, looking at funding in a variety of different levels, and be reporting back to board of the COG. In addition to that, we thought it was important that we also extend this information and these kinds of reports back to our Board of Supervisors and the City of Angels. What's important to note here with COG is that it is a cooperative arrangement with the City of Angels and the board that represents all of Calaveras County, and that's how our funding comes to us for transportation types of activities for Calaveras County. And transit is only one component of all of that. In addition to it, it was actually 2 years ago where there was a thorough review of transit. That continues to be done at all levels, all of the time, to be more efficient. This is a system that's growing. We have never had such transit in Calaveras County, and there are many, many challenges to offer it in a rural area. And I think that when COG hears what the needs are, and I can tell you in the 2 years I've served on COG, there's probably been about at least 20 different meetings, meeting with various schools and schools officials, meeting with people in the job sector, you might say, with through the chamber and through community associations and such, and healthcare. So the transit is used by a multiple of people for different arrangements. What we find in our rural areas, such as in District 2, it is very rural, and there is a need there. And so taking a look at what options are, everything from smaller vehicles to dial-a-ride to just all sorts of things that come out of these meetings. And staff is working through the process of what's reasonable and what's efficient and what's good for transit in Calaveras County. There was a mention of a taxi. I don't know if any of you have ever called for a taxi from Sonora to Angels Camp. It's $75. So, you know, when we look at transit, it's good for many, many people. And these numbers here are not where we want them to be. And it's continuing to tweak them and trying to make them more efficient so that we can maintain a transit system. And as you read the reports and see different things, the remark of $75 a trip is there, yes. But if you look at the other areas of the county, you see $11. You see what it costs per passenger. You see all sorts of other information in that particular report. So I think it's important as we move forward. I appreciate the public comments. As we have new board members coming on board, there's a lot to learn, as I know I personally went through myself. And, you know, I think it's important that, you know, we all get involved. And, yes, there are a variety of meetings. It can be quite confusing and cumbersome at times. But COG is really the resource of where we need to be right now with this particular transit system, because that's where the funding is at. And then we contract with Calaveras County to be the transit manager. Who knows, in 2 years that may be different. But for right now, COG is where it's at in regards to the funding in this particular program. And I just encourage those who have comments and questions to be proactive and attend those meetings. Get onto the website. COG is very forthcoming in how the money comes forward and how it's being spent. And I find the transit people to be the same way. So I enjoyed this conversations today and the input being given. And I just encourage people to get involved and stay involved, because that's the only way you're going to make it good or bad. Thank you.
All right. So I'd like to bring it back to the board for vote. Do I have anybody willing to step up for the first?
I make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, first by Supervisor Conti, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, we'll move on to...
Chair, do we have a 5-minute recess?
We'll move on to a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
I'd like to reconvene our meeting, please. So we're on the regular agenda, and there's going to be a change on the regular agenda. I'd like to move item 23, 24, and 25 to the beginning of the regular agenda. Public Works is here. They're all set up. They're ready to roll.
Planning.
And I mean planning. Sorry. You aren't going to hit me later, are you? So anyhow, we're going to talk about 23, 24, and 25 together, but we will be acting on them separately. Staff.
You take it away.
You prefer the lights out, or can everyone see all right? Okay, getting started. Gina Cathan and Peter Maurer, County Planning. We have a project that's long overdue before you today, and it's the application for the Cottage Springs Resort. We have before us a zoning amendment and a conditional use permit. The zoning amendment is to amend the zoning of the subject property from the current interim zoning of unclassified and highway service to recreation. And the recreational zoning is for the purpose of allowing or permitting the conditional use permit for the proposed family snow play and tube hill operation that Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie are proposing for their property. The subject property is located at 8609 Highway 4, Camp Connell. As you can see, approximately 32 miles east of Angels Camp. Formerly the site of the previous Cottage Springs Resort ski area. As I said before, the current zoning is an interim zone, so it's never specifically been zoned for anything. It's got a holding zone of unclassified. The recreational zone is the zoning that is needed in order to permit the uses as Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie have applied. So again, the uses are allowed with approval of a conditional use permit. We found that the zoning itself is consistent with the general plan. The current general plan designation is a natural resource designation, which again is consistent with the rec zone. We also find consistency with the adjacent property land uses and zoning. The existing surrounding areas are thousands of acres of land owned by SPI as well as the U.S. National Forest Service. On the east side of the subject property across from Highway 4 is a residential subdivision along a couple residential roads, Beatrice Drive and Segali Drive. And those residences are primarily seasonal. There are full-time residences that reside there, but according to the assessor's record, the majority of the parcels, if they are built upon, do not hold a homeowner's exemption, which would indicate that it's perhaps a seasonal, perhaps a summer use rather than a full-time use of the land. But there are full-time residences, and we'll get a little bit into that further on in the presentation. So the conditional use permit is to permit a family snow play tube hill operation that consists of both a winter and a phased summertime activity. The snow play park will house a budget-friendly area. You can bring your own sled and your own slide. It'll be an area for smaller children to play in. In addition, the tube hill operation will be occupying the existing ski hills, and there will be installed a newly installed surface lift to get tubes to the top of the hill and folks to the top of the hill for their fun trip back down the hill. The summertime activity is going to be kind of phased in over time, depending on the economy and how well things are working out for the Guthries. If they choose to do it at some time in the future, the tube hill operation, the winter operation, will actually be done with special tubes and special mats that will be laid over the existing hills. And if need be, we can talk a little bit further about that. But that will be a phased project, part of the project. In addition to the snow play and the tube hill operation, the applicants propose a day lodge. The day lodge will include restroom facilities, a snack bar, area for relaxation for people to just kind of hang out, ticket sales. So they are proposing to construct the day lodge just adjacent to a brand new parking lot. They propose a parking lot that will accommodate 134 passenger vehicles as well as 4 buses. They will also be maintaining their parking lot by actually having a parking attendant that will ensure that folks are parking where they should be parking and that the parking lot is utilized to its fullest capacity. Site plan's a little small. I apologize. I have a slide later on that I think I can get you a bigger view of the site plan. But as you can see, all the little white areas basically towards the upper part of the map are basically the previously groomed ski areas. And so again, they will be utilizing all of the existing ski areas. They're not planning to or proposing to actually cut in or build any new areas. They're going to utilize the existing facility to as much as they can. During our review of the project, the initial study portion, which we all know addresses environmental impacts, and circulation of the application to adjacent property owners and various local and state agencies, we ended up having a few concerns. Some of those concerns are addressed here. And before we get too started in on the individual concerns, through conditions and mitigation, staff feels that we have lessened all of these concerns to a less than significant impact. And the Planning Commission as well felt that all of the concerns had been addressed. So the first area of concern was wetlands. The wetlands, we had a biological assessment done on the property, and during the biological resource assessment, they identified 2 potentially jurisdictional wetlands. And the one of concern happens to be a little wetland down towards the parking lot area. And basically, in a nutshell, avoidance is the best policy. There was no need to encroach into the wetland, so avoiding the wetland is part of the mitigation to lessen that impact. And the applicant and the engineer are going to do that without any issues. It doesn't impede upon the parking lot or the snow park area. And they will have sufficient ways of avoiding that during construction by using best management practices through the grading permit. There's a number of things that they will be doing out on site to ensure that that little wetland area is not impacted. In addition, wastewater seemed to be an issue of the CSERC. And they had concerns, obviously, with groundwater contamination. But their primary concern was, how do you build a wastewater system to handle this kind of capacity? And as we all know, California has some pretty strict requirements, as well as the county. And basically, it'll be the engineer's responsibility to engineer a system that is capable of handling the needs of the facility, and they are prepared to do that, and they will have to satisfy all the state and local requirements through the on-site sewage division of our county. So that is a permit process that they will have to engage into with the county upon approval of the use permit, and they are prepared to go forth and do that. That also is part of the mitigation. Parking. Past practices seem to be an issue with the adjacent property owners. For those of you who have been in the county a long time, you might remember the previous ski resort. If not, we'll just go ahead and talk a little bit about it. It was primarily on the east side of the property, which is on the same side of Highway 4 as Beatrice Drive and Arola. No, not Arola. Sorry. Sugali. Wrong name. And the way it operated before was the ski area was on the west side of the highway, and the lodge itself was located on the east side, which is the same side as the residential subdivision. So people would go over and they would maybe find parking in the parking lot. If not, they would park along the residential roads, which created obvious issues for the folks living in full-time on those streets and those residences. It created not only traffic hazards, but it created a trespass issue as well as littering. So there was just a number of problems, and we found legitimate concerns from those full-time residences with that previous practice of the lodge being located on the same side of the highway as their residence. In this case, the lodge is actually proposed to be on the opposite side of the highway, on the same side, west side of the highway, which is where the slopes are actually located. In addition, the project proponent is proposing to build a really nice parking lot. It's going to accommodate 134 passenger vehicles and 4 buses. It's going to be paved, it's going to be striped, it's going to be maintained by a parking attendant. So all of this, all of these wrapped up into this project description, all of this indicates that all of the concerns that the folks had with the previous operation will pretty much go away with the new operation. They're also going to have signage that indicates that when they're getting near capacity, they won't be selling any more tickets. So that'll be eliminating, or at least hopefully at that point, folks won't be forced to park on the off-site locations. So if they know that they're not going to get a ticket sold because they're near capacity, then they'll just simply try it another day instead of trying to park somewhere else. But we feel that the proposed parking lot is going to eliminate all of those issues and concerns that they had before. In addition to the project proponent is going to have to improve the encroachment onto that site. They are prepared to do so. They will enter into an encroachment permit process with Caltrans. In addition to widening and improving that encroachment, they will also have to enter into a snow storage and management plan, which will manage the site distance issue that we came up against because of snowbanks. So in addition to maintaining their parking lot, they will be maintaining snowbanks for site distance out on the highway, improving their encroachment. And the traffic study that was done on the property actually found that there was evaluation of a left-hand turn lane is warranted. So at the encroachment permit stage with Caltrans, the applicant's engineer and the applicant will enter into conversations and discussions, if you will, about the possibility of a left-hand turn lane. They are aware that that is a possibility, that Caltrans may require that of them, and they will, as I said before, do so in the encroachment permit process. So at this point, your Planning Commission has already heard this project back in the latter part of October, and unanimously they voted to recommend that you approve the entire project. And that includes, we have a little mix-up with the order in which you have to consider this project, and that the mitigated the resolution for the mitigated negative declaration has to go first. So, so the recommendation is that you approve the resolution for the mitigated neg dec, adopt the ordinance which would amend the zoning to recreation, in addition to approving the resolution that would permit the conditional use permit for the proposed project.
Okay. So, that's it?
That's it.
All right.
You want more?
No, we're going to get a whole bunch more, I'm sure. So I just wanted to make it clear, and I have to, I didn't know this, but this is a public hearing, and so I need to make sure that we open the public hearing. and that's what I'd like to do. So rather than, so each speaker will speak only once and limited to 5 minutes per person on this, okay? And there will be time for rebuttal as well. But, so the public comment period is now open.
Do you want to let the applicant speak?
First?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Robin Peters. I'm with Cal State Engineering, and I represent the applicants, Dick and Jeanette Guthrie, for the Cottage Springs Resort Project. Gina's done a great job of providing an overview of the project and delving into the various operational characteristics. So I won't go into a great deal of detail, but I'm happy to answer questions regarding any of the topics that the staff presented. I would like to point out as sort of a general observation that currently along the Highway 4 corridor, opportunities for recreation on a budget are limited. I mean, certainly we have the Bear Valley Ski Resort, and that facility provides for fantastic recreational opportunities, but budget friendly is probably not the best way to describe downhill skiing these days. It's a very expensive sport, and it's hard for a family to enjoy it on a routine basis. So the Guthries have identified a need for budget-friendly, organized recreational activities on the Highway 4 corridor, and the Cottage Springs Resort has been designed around that premise and as a way to provide those opportunities along Highway 4. Currently, snow play occurs along Highway 4, but it occurs randomly, and anybody who's traveled the corridor during the winter knows that any place there's a little turnout along the highway, you'll see cars parked and folks playing alongside the road with their discs and tubes. And the goal here is to provide for an organized place to do that and to get folks off of the highway and to provide a safe and friendly atmosphere for to accommodate those activities. As Gina pointed out, and as you can see on the site plan, this is the former site of the Cottage Springs Ski Resort, and there were aerial lifts, the classic aerial lifts that serve downhill skiing at Bear Valley. Those are gone. They were removed several years ago when the previous operation was terminated. The Guthries are replacing, I should say they're utilizing those previously cleared ski areas and ski runs, the white areas on the site plan, with surface lifts. And you can see on the site plan the location of several surface lifts. They don't actually lift the visitors off the ground and transport them to the top. They use a proprietary sled that attaches to this lift that drags them up the hill and then detaches from the sled at the top and allows them to slide down. Similar in some respects, but more safe, more cost-effective, and it allows for the price of admission to be much lower than it would be at a resort that relies on aerial lifts. It's a much more cost-friendly solution. So we can see, in fact, let me use a pointer here. We can see, point out some of the major items. Here's the parking lot and the encroachment location here. The day lodge would be here or thereabouts, very near this location. And then you can see a surface lift here, one here, and one here. These are the major run areas, previously cleared right there. Wow, my battery is not cooperating. Wow. There will be water storage at the very top of the hill, which is the upper left on the screen. Thank you very much. Where's the magic button? There we go. Water storage would be up in this general vicinity. The wetland area that Gina talked about is right here. We've designed the site so as to avoid that, and the biologist in her work provided for some avoidance measures and protection measures that will be implemented during construction as a condition of approval of the use. So those are the major features of the site. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the operational characteristics. And I would like to acknowledge this has been a long time coming. We've worked on this project now for a couple of years. Staff has done an outstanding job of working with us during that time to craft the project description and then to finesse the conditions so that protections are in place for the environment and for the public, but at the same time, the conditions provide for a project that's feasible in the long term. So we're happy with the conditions and the way they turned out. We take no exception to the language, and I do want to thank staff for working so long with us on this project. It's probably a relief to see it at the board finally. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
You just took me down my childhood lane, so thank you.
Thank you.
House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. Our group supports this project and urges you to approve it. And perhaps it'd be a time to reflect on ways that we could streamline the approval process. Find ways to streamline the approval process. Wouldn't it be great if somebody coming before you or before the planning department could anticipate maybe a 2-week delay through the government process? That may be kind of wild dreaming, but it could be something that we try to work toward. And if we think in that way, perhaps we would give an economic shot in the arm to our county, where people can come here and do things without spending all kinds of time and money, and may not even have their project approved after all that. So even though improving our approval process is not part of this, but this could be something we could look at and launch. Is there a way that this process on this project could be improved to reduce the amount of delay? And thank you. And also thank Debbie for being a wonderful chair this last year, even though she didn't agree with us as often as we liked.
Thank you, Al.
I am Bill McManus, and like Debbie, I remember the old days, Highway 4, Cottage Springs, which even up until recently, whether it was owned or in operation or whatever, if there was snow there was some level of chaos involved on the highway. So it became an interesting place to transit, regardless of the time of year. The one thing that really impresses me the most right now is that based on the requirements that you've put on this project, it's going to take a fair amount of money to get this done. That someone would start a new business or resurrect an old business, comply with all of the requests, spend that amount of money, I think they deserve the big Calaveras okie dokie by acclamation to push this project through. And I think that the owners or the developers deserve a round of applause for investing in Calaveras County. Thank you.
Marty Crane. I was at the Planning Commission, and it was a packed house, full of community support for this project. And it's not that often that we see an entire community rally around a project. And so, just like we heard this morning with the youth mentoring program, when we identify something that is important to us and we come together, we can make anything happen. And every single thing that we do, right down to each and every mentor, each and every project, mentee, each and every project. It all impacts our economy. So, yay, community, go team. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, for what it's worth, folks, I applaud the folks for putting their money where their mouth is, not at anybody's expense. And I also notice all the other, and I'm going to be very diplomatic, leeches, social leeches, that had to put their 2 cents to justify their beings. These folks, I hope you make it easier and more comfortable to encourage them, support them, because they're doing something good. They're doing it with their own money, and whatever I can do, I had enough snow in Chicago, but whatever I could do, I would love to support them. I'm looking forward to seeing them succeed.
You can take your sled up their hill when they open. Maybe you can be one of the folks.
Yeah, no, I'm going to ride my bicycle, man.
Good morning. I'm John Deschner from Arnold, California. I've lived up here 14 years full-time. Came at the time when Calaveras was moving to the future, and this is the first project I've seen come that is taking Calaveras County into 2015. I hope you approve it. It is well planned. I don't mean to be redundant to the engineer, but the number of issues that he's brought up, the public safety issue that exists now will be handled, and it is dangerous. And in the past, we have been a thoroughfare to Bear Valley. We now have a business in Calaveras County that will produce tax revenue to support this county, bus systems, etc., whatever is needed. But again, I'm a grandparent, and there isn't any place to take my grandchildren sledding. Bear Valley doesn't allow sledding. It's a dangerous thing to take your grandchildren on that Highway 4 corridor. I used to do it in Arnold, but I don't have any snow. So what do I do? Okay. I just, again, not to be redundant, I think you have a home run here. I hope you approve this project. Thank you.
David Tuno. I also think this is a great project, and I would suggest that in the future, the county is going to see projects that don't have this apple pie universal appeal, kids on inner tubes and that sort of thing, that everybody can get behind. There's going to be people that come before you with projects for conditional use permits that aren't so sexy and that not everybody likes for these kinds of reasons, that I hope that the board will give equal attention to and equal respect for, even though it doesn't have the appeal that this particular one does. So hang on to this idea and understand that there's going to be people that come to you with projects that don't have that appeal, that deserve just as much respect.
Vicki Rinke. I guess I'll weigh in too. Of course, this is an excellent project. Already this winter, I've had my son and his girlfriend and friends come up to go sledding somewhere. Well, they had to find a spot on the side of the road. They got a ticket and all of that. And to have a project like this, and then my niece came up with her family and was same thing, trying to find sledding. They didn't get a ticket. They got a permit to park. But this is what this project is going to bring people into our county. They're going to need food and maybe some little groceries. So, it always helps the local economy. So thanks. And I just know you're going to approve it. And again, I think what Al said about process and making things happen quicker for these people would also be a benefit. Thanks.
George Fry. I'm reminded what Debbie said. When my son was young, he's 31 now, I used to take him up there to Cottage Springs, and he would ride the tube down the hill, and I used to take him up there every winter until he was about 12, and then he didn't want to have anything to do with Dad. It was a different story at that point. But I had the fortunate opportunity to meet the Gunthries when I was on the campaign trail in Murphy's, and they were just getting ready to go to the Planning Commission, and they were trying to find a way to hook into AT&T because there's just one line that goes all the way to Bear Valley, and they couldn't attach to it. So I gave them the name of a person that may be able to help them. I hope that they were, or could send them to somebody else. But I'm glad to see this project go. I'm glad to hear that it's really going to be an addition and that we're going to get the tax revenue in our county and maybe steal some of the business from Bear Valley. Thank you.
Okay, any more public comments? All right. Hey, I got to ask, right? If I don't ask, then you guys, yeah, that's right. So, I'd like to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion. Anybody want to talk about this? Debbie?
No, I'm very supportive of this project. I think it's been a long time coming, and I too am sad to see that it took so long, but sometimes we have to go through these processes to make sure all of our I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And, I think it's a great recreational opportunity for Calaveras County. And, I see Bear Valley and this particular project kind of, two very different kinds of opportunities for recreation. And I think this is a very family-oriented opportunity. In the staff report, I appreciated seeing the work that went into that, both on the applicant and staff side, and addressing some of the concerns. I know safety is a concern in that area with Highway 4 and traffic and parking and all of that, and it looks like taking it off-site is the answer, and looks like a very good project. So looking forward to putting my vote towards it.
Great. Mike?
I'd like to personally thank Mr. and Mrs. Guthrie for bringing this project here to Calaveras County and to this point. I'd also like to thank staff and planning for the excellent job they did on this project. I look forward to working with the departments in future projects in my capacity.
Yes. I want to thank the Guthries, too, for bringing this project forward. I remember taking my kids up Highway 4 and when there was nothing up there, probably after they closed down the first time. And so you find a place on the side of Highway 4 and you hope you don't get hit by cars. So this was before they issued tickets, actually. And I want to thank you for thinking of opening business here in Calaveras County. And you'll get great support. I don't think, I think of it as robbing business from Bear Valley, because I think it'll be an enhancement, actually. You start making a destination like that, and you're going to get more people coming up there and recreating in a very safe environment, which is what we really want here in the county. So I'm supportive of this as well. And I'd like to ask for board vote, and I'd like to start with Mike. Go ahead.
Motion?
Yeah.
I so move this application for
This is, you know what, we have to vote.
item 22.
The first one will be item 24.
24?
Yeah.
Mitigated debt.
Yeah. So this is a vote to approve mitigated negative declaration 2012-042 for the Cottage Springs Resort.
I second that motion.
Okay, so we have a first by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
So it's 5-0. Approved. Second, we're going to vote on or number 23, which is accept the mitigated negative declaration, amend the zoning of real property in Calaveras County from U/HS unclassified highway service to recreation, and approve the conditional use permit for the purpose of permitting the Cottage Springs resorts. Mike?
Chair Edson, I so move we accept the resolution call for a vote.
I second.
Okay.
Just for clarification, that's an ordinance, so it's to approve the ordinance amendment for the rezone.
Item number 23, correct?
Yes.
Move with correction.
Yes.
And I second.
So I'll call for a vote with the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So that is 5-0 in favor. Number 25, approve conditional use permit 2012-042 for the Cottage Springs Resort. Mr. Olivera?
Chair Edson, I so move.
Second. So we have first by Supervisor Olivera, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll give a few minutes to clear out. You guys are okay? All right, let's move on. So we're going to move to regular agenda item number 17.
Okay, thank you. The item that we have before us is the approval of the 2015 board calendar. As you can see from the attachment, the meetings that we're proposing, staff's proposing is for the second and fourth Tuesdays. During June, we allocate a week for budget hearings from June 9th to June 12th. And during December, we propose not meeting during the week of Christmas, but having back-to-back meetings as we did in 2014. So the meetings would be on the second and third Tuesdays. Also, we are proposing to continue the evening meetings on a quarterly basis, minus the week of the meeting of December 29th, which is during the usually in the middle of the holiday time when there's a lot of people not present to attend the meeting. So we are just asking that you approve this calendar.
Okay. Any public comments on this?
I'm understanding you'll only be meeting twice a month, as last year. That's cutting off the ability for the public to address you folks. And I noticed at the beginning of this meeting we were limited to 3-minute comments. That's once again limiting the ability for the public to address this committee. We didn't even use the entire 30 minutes at the beginning of this meeting. So I know that there's a savings of $34,000 by suspending 2 meetings a month, if I remember from 2 years ago. There's no extra money. We can't even consider giving home care a raise, so I don't believe we'll be able to have 2 meetings a month, but I still feel that the public is being cheated out of their ability to address this committee, and to keep that in consideration when limiting our time speaking.
I'd like to bring to your attention, and I hope your legal counsel are aware of it, that you're not separating state and the church over here. You're going to make adjustment for religious reasons. I presume Christmas considered religious. We had the ACLU kind of attacked us over here, threatened about litigation. All of us, is it okay to give consideration to religious practices, recognize it? You weren't around yet, but we had a threatening letter from ACLU, okay? But that's being sarcastic, and I want to compliment you folks that you've grown a pair, too. Also, I'd like to point out one more thing. Do you know how hard it is to start a business in this county, in this state, and how easy it is? There's a refinery moved out of Richmond. There's a cannery moved out of Stockton. Boom, couple days. These folks who wants to have a business, bring your sales tax up, property tax up. How hard it is? I mean, just ideologically speaking. But if you want to, run a Richmond finery out of this state, boom, one week to another week, they're gone. The cannery, it's a pretty big company down there in Stockton. They just closed. So keep it in the back of your head. I'd rather have private businesses coming in here. People are willing to work for it. And I commend you. I appreciate it. That it's okay to recognize religious practices in this county. You're going to have Christmas off. And hopefully you get a lot of gifts, not cold. Thank you.
Like a little, excuse me, Joe Kelly, I'd like to add a little something to what Bonnie had to say. 2 meetings a month and a savings of $30,000 plus. Yet tomorrow you're having a special meeting. Why can't that be consolidated into the next meeting? What's the hurry to an appointment of a position, permanent position? Why can't it be held over? Is there a monetary reason for that? Rather than holding a special meeting when we're so concerned about, or you're so concerned about 2 meetings a month rather than the 4 meetings a month. Thank you.
If I could address that, the special meeting is actually on Friday, and it is public director interviews. So the board will have a chance to interview the candidates for the position of Public Works Director.
Comments to extend special meeting, extra expense.
It's a closed session meeting then.
It is a closed session meeting as we interview the candidates for the Public Works Director. It was determined to be held on Friday because of the timing for the board and their availability, as well as for the candidates' availability, especially if they had to travel into the county.
Okay, I apologize for getting the day wrong. I just glanced at it. But again, it goes to the point of did I see correctly or incorrectly? It's going to be the consideration of an appointment of one?
Interviews.
Just interview only then?
Interviews.
Okay. So once again, it's okay. You're giving them the benefit for the day of travel. Okay, thank you.
Well, it's a scheduling thing, Joe. I mean, you got a whole bunch of people trying to come together in one room to interview people. And then you have to be kind of careful when you do that. So it's.
Well, I understand that, but the point is you're scheduling a meeting.
Yeah.
And you're notifying it as a public interest thing. So, but it's not a public meeting.
No.
So that it has to be agendized.
Okay, yeah, it has to be agendized. But does it count as being that it is agendized as not a public meeting, but is it part or not part of that $34,000 savings?
The $34,000 savings was an estimate that was put out 5 years ago when the board decided to go to 2 meetings a month. I believe that at that time there are certain circumstances when there would be special meetings that are called on an occasional basis. So I don't know that the amount of savings is relative to those very sporadic times when there is a special meeting called.
And unlike a regular board meeting, it doesn't have the same staff requirements. The clerk will not be at the meeting. It will simply be the consultant and the board and myself.
Because it's a lockdown. Thank you.
I just have a question about it. The board's going to have to open the meeting first so people can come and say something, and then close the meeting, and then go into closed session. Is that correct?
And the agenda has been posted at the location of where the special meeting will be held.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, folks, let's change gears. Was that $34,000 that the Board of Supervisors decided to save, was ever documented? Because the whole idea was that you're saving all the department heads sitting back there. Where is the $34,000 that's saved? Can somebody document it for me, please, or just a lot of BS? Because all of you, all the old boards, they kept getting paid the same amount, okay? Now we're getting to the point where you have to have only 3 minutes because it takes so long, somebody long-winded like me. But please, be upfront. If you cannot say it out truthfully, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, don't make yourself look like an, I can call it something. That was a big BS, folks. The county did not save $34,000. Let's get that straight. You cannot document it. All those department heads are still sitting back there. Hopefully, and because not you folks, the Board of Supervisors, when they would ask questions on the consent calendar, they didn't know their ass from the hole in the ground. They still had to get all those department heads come in and bail them out. Okay? So let's get away from that policy that talk big, but don't produce. That's all I'm asking.
Any more public comments? Okay, bring it back to the board. Oh, okay, Al.
Yeah, this won't be long. House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. As I understand it, the board has, according to the Brown Act, can have meetings that are not that open to the public for legal issues and employee issues, and that would include reviewing candidates. Well, if such is the case, looks like you guys are doing your job. Congratulations.
All right, so I'm completely confused now on how I feel. But we'll move on to the board here to make a decision.
I'll make a motion to approve the board schedule for next year, for this year.
I'll second. I do have comments.
Okay.
As I look at this calendar, I'm in support of the night meetings and the meetings of December that we're attesting here. And, I always feel when we have meetings, they should be efficient and effective. Not always do you need a meeting every week. And in the 2 years that I have served, I have found, that every other meeting, 2 meetings a month, to be very efficient and effective for the business that we're doing. In addition to that, I think it's important to know that we have a number of other meetings that we're needing to attend and be a part of, which we'll be discussing later on, this list here. So I think it's important that we not look at so much of how often we meet, but how efficient and effective we are when we do meet.
Any other comments from the board? I have a comment, which is a cost savings, by the way. So in the past 2 years, I remember coming before the 2 years, and we would sit here for 7-8 hours, and maybe even longer. And I only remember maybe 3 or 4 times in the past 2 years that we had in all, a 12-hour meeting. Most of the time, we're at out of here right around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Well, you know, if you want to meet 4 times a month and get out at 10 o'clock and assemble all these folks, I don't see the benefit of that. So I think that we're doing just fine. We're managing the way I think it should be managed. I think staff is doing a great job. And if there is ever a need to where, you know, this county gets extremely busy again, to where we need more meetings, then we can do that. We can adjust to it. But just to get up and I guess criticize the fact that we're trying to be more efficient, I think is a little bit short-sighted. So I actually most of us spend a lot of time at other meetings as well, just like Debbie said. And but when it comes time for us to have more meetings, we'll be discussing it, we'll be bringing it to the public, and we'll do it. So I don't think anybody's afraid of that. So, go ahead, Debbie.
We have a motion made and second.
Okay. So I get a motion made by Supervisor Ponte and a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, 5-0.
Just to correct the record, Chair Edson, that the motion was made by Supervisor Wright and the second was made by
Was it really?
Supervisor Ponte.
You know, it's going to take me a few meetings to get this stuff straight. So
You'll get it.
I'm normally ingrained in the you know.
You'll get it.
Yeah. Item number 18. Assign members to the Board of Supervisors to various committees, commissions, and boards pursuant to FPPC Regulation 18705.5 and 2 CCR Section 1875.5. So, here comes the discussion, right, on who gets to do what. I have my favorites. I can tell you right now. Anybody else have their favorites?
Supervisor Chair, can I make some suggestions of what I'd like to serve on this next year?
Sure.
I'd like to be the board rep for RCRC. I'd like to continue to serve on COG.
Let's beat up.
I'd like to serve as on the IHSS.
Yay.
Yay!
I'd like to continue to serve on EMS. And I'd like to serve on the solid waste task force.
Let's go for it.
I don't know how we're going to divvy up if each of us take 7 to 8, 9 committees, but that would be my
All right.
my
I
request.
can go through mine. Thank you, Debbie, for taking over IHSS. I think you do a great job. You have a lot of expertise in that field that I don't have, so I think you'll bring a lot to the table there.
I'll give you fish and game.
You couldn't hear me? Okay. All right. So, so fish and game, I guess I'll take over fish and game commission responsibilities. If everybody else agrees to that. Just going down this here. The Children and Families First, that's first 5. I'd like to continue on that. The Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, I'd like to continue on that. I'd like to be the CSAC representative. The Mental Health Board. The Motherlode Job Training Agency. Sierra Nevada Conservancy. And the Upper McCollum River Watershed Authority. And so, all those except for CSAC and Fish and Game, I'm already on. So, and I'm open for discussion on CSAC if you really want to do that. We can hash that out.
I'd like to continue on the McCollum River Authority. where the former supervisor was at. I'd like to be on COG. I also had an interest in the solid waste task force. I know that the former District 5 supervisor was on LAFCO, but my suggestion would be if a supervisor's on COG, do not put them on LAFCO. Have it separated. The Hardwoods Advisory Committee, and I can fill in other places too if need be.
Mike?
Chair, and I'd like to be considered for CSAC, the Local Law Enforcement Block Grant Advisory Board, so LAFCO. Central Sierra Planning Council, Central Sierra Supporters.
Nobody said the Central Sierra Economic Development District?
I'm sorry. My mistake. I would like to be part of that. I'm sorry.
All right, so I too wish to be the RCRC chair or board person. I'm willing to give up COG. I'd like to be the CPPA, Camera, or the CA, or Calaveras Amador Colony River Authority. I'm interested in LAFCO as well. The McCalmy River Watershed Association. The Mountain Counties Water Resources Agency. And UMRA.
Yeah, the alternate one.
Yeah. And the reasons I'm picking these, most of these actually, is because of the work that I'm doing on the watershed management project. And RCRC is going to be a big part of that. It's going to be really important for me to be able to make contact with the rural counties and in an effort to get them to come together and work together on this project, because we're outnumbered by the state, because of the voting areas, and we really need to figure out a way to band the rural county areas together to give us the best opportunity at success in creating an economy through the watershed management program. So.
I have a question on RCRC. There are 4 different references made to that.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that once RCRC gets going in this next year, that there'll be a reappointment of supervisors to various committees. So in the case under RCRC of environmental, the Rural Home Mortgage Program, and the Local Government Finance Authority, is it important to note somebody there now, because I'm assuming whoever would be on RCRC as the main person would then be on a committee from there, so we wouldn't necessarily have to appoint that. Is that any idea one way or the other?
Historically, I believe that whoever the board assigns here as the RCRC rep serves on the subsequent committees, that it's the same person for all of them.
Okay. So, Cliff, I understand your desire to serve on RCRC. I wouldn't mind being the alternate.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
And I would say the same thing about camera. I know you're working on that water project. Were you wanting to be the alternate, Chris?
No.
If you'll make me the alternate.
Okay. That would be good.
On which one is that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Camera.
Yeah.
Supervisor Edson would be the primary and Kearney would be the alternate.
So, Debbie,
Mm-hmm.
actually, would you like to be the alternate for CPPA?
Sure.
That's something that you know quite a bit about,
Okay.
and I'm very interested in as a part of this.
Okay.
Would you mind if Mike is gonna serve as the primary on the Central Sierra Economic Development District, that you put Kearney as the alternate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Debbie, would you then be willing to serve as the alternate for the RCRC subsequent ones and Chair Edson as the
Yes.
primary?
Maybe we should just go right down the line and take care of.
So what I'd like to do, if I can, is I'm going to go ahead and read off what you've already stated, but I am going to be starting at the top so that we can see exactly which will be which. Okay.
We were 36 the last time I counted.
You will be public comment.
At 35. Okay, so no one has stated an interest in being on the Area 12 Agency on Aging, either as the board rep or the alternate. Is there someone who would like to be that?
I'll do it as the primary.
Okay. And as an alternate?
I'll accept the alternate position.
Okay. Calaveras Amador McCollum River Authority, I show Supervisor Edson as the representative and Supervisor Kearney as the alternate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Calaveras Public Power Authority Agency, CPPA, I show Supervisor Edson as the representative and Supervisor Conti as the alternate.
I think they
Yes.
switched. Did you switch?
Did you just switch?
No.
No, I just.
Okay.
Okay. Central Sierra Economic Development District, Supervisor Oliveira as the representative and Supervisor Kearney as the alternate.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Central Sierra Planning Council, I have Supervisor Oliveira as the representative and no alternate.
What's it mean by defunct? Are they still?
You know, I don't think that they've been meeting.
Yeah.
The Planning Council.
I think it's kind of a defunct.
I think it is as well.
Yeah.
So
Are we going to eliminate that?
we're going to go ahead and we'll eliminate that then.
The planning council?
Yes.
Yes. Central Sierra Child Support Agency, I have Supervisor Oliveira as the representative, and I did not catch an alternate.
You need two on there, Oliveira, and I see two.
Yes, we do need two
board members.
representatives and an alternate.
Chris, is that something you want to continue?
No. But I'm willing to negotiate with you.
Aye.
I'll take CSAC.
Oh, I'll pass on that. I'll keep CSAC right.
I will.
I mean, it's really, the staff does
They do an excellent.
all of the
I
work.
watched it.
It's one of those commissions that should go to a quarterly basis. So
Okay.
there's a proposal to make it quarterly.
I will offer my services
As the other alternate.
as a board rep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then as an alternate,
You can put Kearney.
okay. Central Sierra Resources Conservation and Development, I have no one as a rep and no one as an alternate.
I'll take it as a rep.
I'll continue as an alternate. We've never met in 1 year
Okay.
or two.
Perfect.
Children and Families First Committee, I have Supervisor Wright as the representative and no alternate.
I'll continue as an alternate if there's no objection.
Let's see, Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency, I have Supervisor Wright as a representative. I need another representative and an alternate, please.
I would entertain that other representative position.
And anyone for an alternate?
I'll be an alternate.
Okay. CSAC, I have Supervisor Wright and Supervisor Oliveira expressing an interest in being the representative.
You want to rotate years? Okay.
Who will be the first year, this year?
You want to? I'll do it this year and then you do it next year, or do you want to do it this year?
I'll do it this year.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Calaveras Council of Governments. Both Supervisor Conti and Supervisor Kearney have expressed an interest. I need 2 board reps and an alternate. So would it be safe to say that both Conti and Kearney will be the representatives and someone else will volunteer to be the alternate?
We need 2 alternates on there.
Yes, you do. I'm sorry about that.
Supervisor Wright, were you interested in that position?
No. So, alternate.
I would go for the alternate position on top.
Okay, we need 1 more alternate, please.
I'll do alternate since I'm pretty
Okay.
familiar with it.
Debt Advisory Committee. I have no one expressing an interest in being on that committee.
I think that was Marita's, right?
I need a representative and an alternate.
Since you took CSAC to get your feet wet.
I'll be the representative.
Oh, that's it.
And the alternate?
I'll be the alternate on that.
Okay. Fish and Game Commission, I have Supervisor Wright as the representative, and I need an alternate, please.
I'll do the alternate on it.
Okay. Hardwood Advisory Committee, I have Supervisor Kearney as the representative. I need another representative and an alternate.
I'll do it. I'll do the alternate.
Okay. IHS Advisory Committee ex officio member, I have Supervisor Fonzie as the representative, and I need an alternate, please. Speak up.
Go ahead. Speak up, Chris.
I did my turn.
It's not Dale, it's a job.
Hey, I got you on there.
Okay, let's move along to the next one. Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, I need a representative and an alternate.
I would look at that as a representative.
Okay, do I have an alternate?
I'm sure you can put me as an alternate.
Okay, thank you. Law Library Trustee is the chair as the representative and the vice chair as the alternate.
That'll be your favorite.
Local Law Enforcement Block Grant Advisory Board, Supervisor Oliveira would like to be the representative. I need to have an alternate, please.
I'll be the alternate.
Okay. Local Area Formation Commission, LAFCO, Supervisor Oliveira would like to be the representative. I need another representative and an alternate.
I'd like to be a representative.
And an alternate.
I'll be an alternate.
Okay.
Need to have just one alternate.
Just one alternate. Mental Health Board, Supervisor Wright has expressed an interest in being the representative. We need an alternate.
I'll be an alternate.
Okay.
Can you go back to who was on LAFCO?
Yes, I have Supervisors Oliveira and Edson as the representatives and Supervisor Conti as the alternate.
Okay, great, thank you.
McCollum River Association, Supervisor Edson would like to be the representative. We do need an alternate.
Great, I'll do that.
Okay. McCollum River Watershed Ad Hoc Committee, Supervisor Edson would like to be the representative. We need a second representative and an alternate.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
How can it be an ad hoc committee if we're appointing people to it?
Yeah, that's something that should be done, actually appointed to by,
And we've never met.
the association.
Okay, you know what? I'll make a note of it and I'll do some research on that for you because that is a good point, but not one that I am administrative.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the committee, it's just
Motherhood Job Training Agency. Supervisor Wright would like to be the representative. I need an alternate.
I'd be interested.
Okay. Mountain County's Air Basin. We need a representative and an alternate, please.
I can be the representative.
Okay. We have an alternate. Okay, we'll move along to the next one. Mountain County's Water Resources Agency. Sorry, Supervisor Eisen, was that one that you had expressed an interest in? So we do need an alternate.
I'll do that.
That was Supervisor Wright?
Yep.
Okay. Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Services. I have Supervisor Fonte as the representative and need an alternate.
That's a fun one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor Olivera. Regional Council of Rural Counties. I have, for that one, Local Government Finance Authority, Environmental Services, and Rural Home Mortgage Finance Authority. I have Supervisor Edson as the representative and Supervisor Ponte as the alternate.
Yes.
Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Supervisor Wright has expressed an interest in being a representative. I need an alternate.
I'll be an alternate.
Okay. Solid Waste Task Force. Supervisors Wright and, Kearney and Fonte have expressed an interest in being the representative. Would one of you like to be the alternate?
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Treasurer's Oversight Committee. We need a representative and an alternate.
Go ahead.
I'll be the rep.
I'll be the alternate.
Okay. UC Cooperative Extension Advisory Council. The chair is the representative and the vice chair is the alternate. Upper McCollum River Watershed Authority. Supervisor Wright has expressed an interest in being the board rep. I need an alternate. Supervisor Edson. Okay, I will follow up with you regarding alternates for Mountain County's Air Basin and whether we do need to have appointments at all to the McCollum River Watershed Ad Hoc Committee. So other than that, you would need a motion.
So all you need is an alternate for the Mountain County's Air Basin?
IHSS.
Yes.
Who was the alternate for IHSS?
Nobody.
Nobody, I'm sorry, and an alternate for that.
So we have two.
Mental Health Board and Mountain County's Air Basin.
Mental Health Board, Supervisor Fonte is the alternate.
Okay.
So, yes, Mountain County's Air Basin and IHSS are ones that are missing alternates.
Personally, I think the newest folks should go ahead and volunteer for that. That's the way I had to do it.
Board chair, I think that falls under
That's what happened to me.
Well, I kept you the alternate on Mountain County's Air Basin.
That's right, you can't.
I didn't hear what you said about IHSS.
I'll be the alternate on Mountain County. It's needed.
And did I hear
I'll be the alternate on IHSS.
Okay.
See how that works?
Okay, so you just need public comment.
Thank you very much.
Johnny Appleseed.
It's a long memory.
Public comment.
Okay, so we open it up to public comments now.
Marty Crane. I appreciate this exercise. This is excellent. I would just like to say that having experienced the challenges of some of these boards and commissions, it is important that those who step up to be the representative or the alternate, especially the alternate, staying informed for the time that you do end up attending. It's critical that you have a deep interest in this, because it's not just a matter, in my opinion, of showing up once in a while and being there and maybe and then leaving. Some of these commissions need your help in leadership and governance. and for them to be successful. And if you are the governing board of these boards and commissions, then you have a responsibility to ensure, to the best of your ability, that they are. Debbie, thank you for stepping up for IHSS. We're counting on you. We've been trying really hard to get the attention. And so appreciate all of your input and everyone stepping up for the work that's coming along. Thank you.
People raise gentlemen. Folks, how many of you read the grand jury's report and suggestion how to handle this what was going on here? Anybody? Okay. There was suggestion rotation. That's one thing. I'd like to know how many of these organizations you required to have a membership. That's one. The other thing is, I'd like to know the dues that's going to cost the taxpayers for you to get you put up there, whatever you're going to be going. Because that's going to cost money. When was the last time anybody on this board seen a report, the agenda, what was the items, how it was voted on, anybody from previous boards to bring back to the public so they can fully appreciate your hard work? I've been into this board meeting, I believe, more than anybody else up there. Not once that I ever seen what was in the agenda, was there any vote, and the consequences. I mean, I really appreciate when CSEC people go off to, I don't care if it's LA to see Stimpad, or go down to San Jose to listen to, what was it, football player's name? But I never seen any cost and result that was accomplished. And I want to know how many of these little committees, or whatever you want to call it, required to have my supervisor required to go to, or anybody else in this county's supervisor required to go join that committee or groups or whatever. And I haven't seen a report. What am I paying for? I would like to see, bring back a paperwork. If you go up there, I don't care if you go have a $150 breakfast plus expenses and $250 for frickin' registration to have breakfast. I like to see what was on the damn menu. I want to see what am I paying for. I mean, it's not, hey, I'm on this committee, that committee. What are you guys doing there? Report. You might like this committee or that committee, folks. But if you don't show results, what am I paying for? To me, just an excuse not to have a 4-board meeting, okay? You have meetings, I agree. How much it costs, is it required, and what was the results? That would be a nice change. Thank you.
I also have some comments. There's 35 committees. I'm hoping there's an equal distribution of participation among all the board members. So I'm assuming you'll each probably have volunteered for about 10 committees and a couple of alternates. I'm also concerned about the alternates, that sometimes the alternates aren't notified that the primary isn't going to attend. And then we have a lack of continuity. And finally, what I would think would maybe satisfy a lot of people is at the end of the year, for all the committees to have a report card that would reflect their supervisors' participation and ability to move ahead. That way we could judge how valuable the committees are and how valuable our board representatives have been in moving those committees ahead or just moving them along. Some committees have a hell of a time just getting beyond the Brown Act. Oh my God, some people don't even know what the Brown Act is. So it's important to have some kind of continuity and the follow-up with the alternates. And I hate to be so elementary, but a report card so that the taxpayers know, because we don't only see you twice a month now, remember. We want to know what you're doing in those other meetings where we don't get to see you anymore. That would be my suggestion.
Alsagown Taxpayer Association. There's been some good comments made, and we agree with with many of them. One of the things that seems to happen when you have supervisors from different counties belong to a group, there's a diffusion of responsibility. When the group does things or doesn't do things, it's awful hard to bring accountability because of this diffusion of responsibility and accountability. Do you remember the Central Sierra planning group? I forget exact council. They were surprised with the shortfall of a lot of money, and we had some of the counties have their legal people come up with different suggestions, like maybe filing bankruptcy, maybe, or some other things, and also what would be the responsibility of the individual counties because of this mismanagement. Part of the problem is that there didn't seem to be enough sunshine with what was happening there. If the public, and maybe even the supervisors, were fully aware of the nature of the problem, maybe it could be a heads up to avoid problems in other groups that the supervisors participate in. Now, it's not just organizations and joint power agreements that have a diffusion of responsibility. There's many other areas as well. You'll find that most federally and state-sponsored programs, state-sponsored and controlled programs, are run with the approval of the Board of Supervisors. But the Board of Supervisors doesn't have the ability to really look at their operations or even have an independent accounting firm to audit what they're doing, or even be fully aware what all their purposes are. It's a huge amount of bureaucracy that's operating this county, controlled by other areas, other government entities, and yet they use the Board of Supervisors stamp almost for approval of what they do. And here again is the issue of sunshine. We need to have maximum sunshine on what's happening, even if the taxpayers are not Calaveras County taxpayers. They could be state taxpayers, it could be federal taxpayers, but we have an obligation to treat the taxpayer, regardless of whether they're state or federal, just as much as we would treat our own taxpayers. Well, anyway, so on a positive note, if we can look at these entities in a not necessarily a critical way, but in a way that ensures that the chances of failure are minimized, and then to have as much sunshine as possible, maybe we can avoid the catastrophe that happened with that other joint powers agreement. Anyway, I wish I had better suggestions, but I don't have enough knowledge and experience or even intelligence to be able to do that. But we hope you do. Thank you.
Joe Kelly, it's my understanding CSAC is the federal representatives for basically all the counties. So what have they done for us? RCRC, it used to be that represented the smaller counties when it first started, basically the small agriculture counties. I don't know they've changed their name. I don't know what it is. What do they do for us? Over in Tuolumne, that economic development thing under Mr. Cope. A few years ago, Al Segala and I attended their meetings, and I looked up something on that afterwards. And there's 3 websites up there for the 3, I believe it's the counties that are in that. But Calaveras County had nothing on our website. It was blank. That was under Mrs. Callaway's representation over there. I questioned it at the time, never did get an answer. So is there a website now on that organization's system that represents a Calaveras County website? If it isn't, then why not? If it's an economic development, huh?
On CSAC?
No, on Tuolumne's, the economic development under Mr. Cope over there. But I think it's Calaveras County's responsibility to put up or provide the information to put into that website. Yet we have nothing, or at least it was last time I looked, which was a couple of years ago, so it was a blank screen. If we're going to be involved in that, why aren't we doing it? Now, the other thing is I heard Ms. Ponte say that, well, we never meet. Well, maybe we start looking at these organizations that have meetings or maybe meeting schedules but never meet. I know when I put my name into the hat to try to get onto as a public representative, I made contact with people that said, we never meet. I said, really? Well, then what's the point of the organization?
Agenda 21.
Agenda 21? Oh, that's what it's about? Okay. Communism, huh? Okay. So then,
you guys have, like...
Thank you.
Just trying to help you out here, Joe. Just for 21.
Yeah, well...
Talk about that.
All right. Well, but it's still here, and it's still an open item there. So we need. What I'm doing is expressing myself, and I'll come back express it again.
You'll talk about it again on.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll have more thoughts then. You see, after you folks get done talking, after I get done talking. So that is something that's coming up. Fine. We do need to talk about it, and perhaps we need to remove them. If they're non-essential, then adios. Thank you.
Who's the person for CSAC?
I am.
Oh.
Mike is this year, and I will be next year.
Oh.
We haven't voted yet, though, so it still is...
Yeah. Well,
Unless Debbie does.
I want to point out that, no disrespect to Supervisor Oliveira, but he's brand new on the Board of Supervisors, and I really think that we need to have a seasoned board member on CSAC. And if Chris was going to be next year, I would strongly suggest that Chris be this year and that Supervisor Oliveira be next year. Nothing personal. That's just. I think that's the best thing to do. With regard to Larry Cope, Larry Cope is a Tuolumne County employee. And so he's on the website, and Economic Development Company is part of the county system. What we have in this county is a Calaveras County Economic Development Company, and we meet tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. We meet each month, the second Wednesday at 2 p.m. in classroom 3 at the hospital. So that's probably the reason why there isn't a website.
They're actually working with Larry Cope.
Absolutely, yeah. So, well,
excuse me, Mr. Fry, what was the location of that meeting?
It's at the hospital in classroom 3, and we meet tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. So, it's really really moving along. There's some really positive things that are going on, and we have some really strong people involved in it. I'm glad to see that it kind of went by the wayside, and then it came back again, and then went by the wayside, and then came back again. And I think it's stronger than it's ever been. I was the vice president of the very first economic development company in Calaveras County in 1983. And but I took a job with the state, and and was no longer around to do that. So I'm involved with it now, and I think it's really moving along. Wait till you see some of the stuff that we're working on when it finally comes to fruition. It's going to be awesome. So I think that's basically my questions. Supervisor Ponte, I'm really excited that you're going to be involved with IHSS. It's a real challenge. That committee is a real challenge. So I'm serious. I'm being right up front with you. The comments about the Brown Act and what have you. I was watching TV the other night, the city council meeting, and I watched it, and then they did the interviews for the planning commissioners, and they had 3 people to interview, and the interviews went fine, but then when it came time to discuss the people that were interviewed, they didn't let the candidates come back into the council chambers. So they discussed them without their presence, and they made a selection without their presence. There's 2 violations of the Brown Act right there. And so with those violations, those planning commissioners have not been approved to sit on the planning commission in the City of Angels. And so I'm sorry to see that happen. I hope that never happens with this. I hope that never happens here in the county. Thank you very much.
George, before you go away, and this is, I guess, is on my dime, so you're okay. The Central Sierra Economic Development District, did you say Larry Cope was an employee of Tuolumne County?
Yes.
I thought it was a funded position by the members where we had a discussion.
I don't think so.
No, he's funded by Tuolumne County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was hired by Tuolumne County about 3 or 4 years ago.
And we pay a membership to be part of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How much is the membership? Can we have some dollars worth of
It was, I don't remember exactly. It was in the neighborhood of $1,000.
That's all? Why do?
Don't want to be that liberal. Peter. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Bill McManus. There's some bad information floating around about Larry Cope and the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority. Larry Cope is not an employee of Tuolumne County. He's an employee with the authority, which is a quasi-government agency that was formed to be a liaison between various departments in Tuolumne County with the purpose of spurring economic growth in that county. I've known Larry for a long time, and part of his charter is actually to cover Calaveras County. He has responsibility for this county. What he has lacked, as far as doing anything in Calaveras County, is anyone asking him to do anything in Calaveras County. Now, he has worked hard to form coalitions within the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras or of Tuolumne County, Planning Department, Building Department, and all the rest. The last time I talked to Larry, which was a couple weeks ago, he had 44 projects in the pipeline, and he's working hard to get them all done. I'm not saying that Calaveras County can accommodate 44 projects right now, but it'd be nice if we had at least a half a dozen. But boards in the past have been reluctant to reach out to Larry Cope because of their anti-government stance, and Larry Cope cannot force his way into Calaveras County. He will come if you ask him, if you agree to work with him. Well, he tells you what's required to make an economic development authority work. If you don't want it, tell him take a hike. If you're interested, tell him you work with him. Thank you.
Alsagono Taxpayer Association. If I remember right, our former supervisor, Steve Walensky, had a project which was funded by the federal government, and the funds were worked through Larry Cope. Economic Development committee meeting while that approval process was happening. Incidentally, remember I talked about responsibility? That was approved, expending the federal money for a project in Calaveras County without reading the proposal. The board members, which were supervisors from different counties, approved this and then saw the proposal afterwards. This is the type of thing that we're talking about, accountability. And we don't really know what's happening with that money. And so it goes. Thank you.
Marty Crane, in response to Mr. McManus, thank you for sharing that. At the Economic Development Company, which, as George pointed out, we're meeting tomorrow, we have absolutely reached out to Larry Cope for a long time now, and he's been very supportive and has shared a great deal of insight and training for us, and so we're very excited about that. So more to come. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, I did want to make a brief comment. I know that there were a lot of comments from the public about reporting back and making sure that the public was aware of board members' attendance and participation in all of these committees. And I did want to clarify and also remind the prior board members and make sure that the new board members is aware that we have a standing item on all of our agendas. It's the last item on the agenda. Today it's number 28. And at that point, that's when all of the board members reports out to the public all of the activities that they have participated in with these committees and other activities that you've participated in your job function as a supervisor. So at that point, that's where you report out so the public knows all of your activities. And it also provides for sunshine, as Mr. Segala.
But usually it's not sunshiny and nobody else is here except us when we do that. I guess we can fake that all the time. Speaking of Larry Cope, Larry Cope's going to be speaking at the yearly or the annual chamber awards banquet on the 27th, and he's going to be the guest speaker. So, yeah, Calaveras County is reaching out to Larry Cope through the chamber and through the Calaveras County Economic Development Company.
Where's that at?
That's at Rocketenta this year. No, where's it at?
Camps.
L?
Camps. Camps.
Is it camps? Yeah, it's at camps this year, right? Camps is where the chambers meet.
I think what people are asking for is more details when you report out. That's what they're really asking for.
So, Chair Edson, I'd like to make a motion to approve the assigned membership for the Board of Supervisors' various committees as discussed today and appointed.
All right. So I have Debbie Ponte made the recommendation, and man, and Steve Kearney seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0.
So Chair Edson, item 19 is the appointment of the CSAC representative, which we did take care of as part of all of the assignments. So I don't know if you want to report out that the CSAC representative
Is Mike Olivera?
is Supervisor Oliveira with Supervisor Wright as the alternate.
Yeah, I was a little confused about that. I thought it may be a different position as a board position.
It's the same thing.
Okay. So item number 19 has been already taken care of. Supervisor Oliveira will be the representative for Calaveras County, and Supervisor Wright will be the alternate.
Is that vote on that?
It was with the other.
It was in with the other
appointment, so done deal.
Still not in public comment. You're going to postpone it? You have an agenda right now.
At the beginning of number 18, because we didn't indicate when there was all of the public comment on number 18, although they are one and the same item, I would recommend that the chair allow for public comment of number 19, since we didn't make it clear at the beginning of number 18 that public comment was for both 18 and 19.
All right. Public comment on number 19, please.
Yes, sir. It was Herschel Walker who was a speaker at the last CSAC.
How do you spell that?
Are you kidding me? Give me spell check first. 4 people went on to it. Can anybody hear how much it cost you? 4 people went into that. The 2 reps from CSAC, an alternate, plus staff. How much did it cost you? How much did the taxpayers pay for it? How much is the dues? When was the last time you see CSAC, what litigation they participate in? Because I contribute to those litigation. Are you aware of any of it? Have you seen a report on it? Have you seen a report on what did they do on a church trade? On Prop 13, on Prop 218? How many litigation? My money goes through litigation to undermine Prop 218. Are you aware of it? If you want to go, that's fine. But you better report on this crap, because there's a lot of crap goes in CSAC. And I don't care if they use a Delphi thing to, let's say, help you out, you're thinking. There's a reason you don't see any of those little things, minor details. Okay? That's what I would like to say on that. And an alternate, who's an alternate? You're both going to go. You're going to vote on anything? Is there going to be a result of the vote? Have you ever seen an agenda on CSAC, folks? You know, long time ago, 4 years ago, we had a big hoopla because one of the new supervisors went down to see, what was it, for Brown Act. Some group from Area 95252 made a big stink about it until they found out there was 2 people down there. Okay? Fine. CSAC took priority while you had people laid off on rank and file in this county. Unpaid furlough right before Christmas. But the one supervisor, the full-time supervisors, had no problem saying Sinbad. Do you know how much, what was for dinner? I mean, I'm sure some folks want to make sure that you have a right diet. Have you seen what was for dinner? So, folks, I don't have very high respect for the looting mob of CSAC. I'm fully aware of what CSAC doing. If it makes you feel great, do it. But for the rest of the people in this room and outside on TV, I want a full cost. What did it cost you? Driving, flying, room and board, parking lot. How much did it cost for membership? And what the hell did we get back for it? Leeches of society. CSAC force. They had a looting mob. Can I give any more compliment to CSAC, folks? And I still haven't heard an answer to one thing. How many of these committees, boards, and all that stuff you required to attend? Because whatever time you go with any of these nonprofit stakeholders, you're taking money from me. And I haven't seen any reports on it. And there is such thing as Skype. If you want to communicate with some of these organizations, they do it among themselves. Set up a Skype over here. Let's talk in front of the public. So, love you all. Thank you.
Alciano Taxpayer Association. I don't love you, but I like you. On a positive side on CSAC, there's some pretty good points. We need to have better accounting of what they're doing. Also, We have problems with state regulations from time to time. Some of them are good, but other ones are really hurtful to our county. And CSAC could be a way that rural counties, or all counties, can bring about changes at the state level through their lobbying. One of the things we could do is just make a list of our priorities of things that we want to have corrected that the state is doing to us. There's so many things. And then prioritize it, which are the most important. And then make sure our representative to CSAC and also to RCRC has this list. That this list would be our advocacy for our citizens in our county. I don't think it's being done now, but it should be done. And also it should be done in sunshine. The public should know what when we go to CSAC, what are we advocating going there? Also, what are we approving that CSAC comes up with that may not be so good for our county? Anyway, more sunshine, more accountability, more responsibility. That's the way to go in 2015. Thank you.
Joe Kelly. The county council made a comment about, yes, it goes down into this particular one. It would be number 28, to board member announcements. I want to hear business report. I don't want to hear stuff where, oh yeah, I had a lot of fun. I don't want to hear that stuff. I don't want to hear personal little things of your excitement or whatever. I want to know what the business was, what you were paid to be there for, and what was the outcome of it. And I don't think I've ever heard it. Periodically, when Tryon was here, we would hear things about CSAC. Periodically, we would hear things from Ms. Calloway on RCRC, I believe when she was at RCRC. Then when it turned, we might hear things. Not a report every month or every time they go to CSAC. So there needs to start being a change, or else put it in writing somewhere where we can see it if you don't want to fully report out on it, but put something out that shows us what happened, what we got for our dollar. Otherwise, we're not receiving a darn thing. Fun for you may not be fun for me. Going to a business meeting might be fun for me and not be fun for you. So, thank you.
Anybody else? Well, it's kind of repetitive, so I just kind of fall asleep, really.
Well, I absolutely agree. I think, sometimes people aren't here at the end because it's at the end, and maybe they don't feel like they're getting any real information. And I think what the public's looking for is a lot more detail than has been given. And Ms. Calloway and Tom Tryon often gave detail to the RCRC and the CSAC, but it would behoove all of you to give more detail so that there is more transparency, and I hope you'll take that into account. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments on this item? So I'd like to reiterate that Supervisor Pawnee made a motion on this in our previous agenda item number 18, and Supervisor Kearney seconded it, and it passed 5-0. So let's move on to agenda item number 20, please. So adopt a revised conflict of interest code and amend the code's appendix for the County of Calaveras.
Biennially, the county as well as the special districts within the county are required to review their conflict of interest code and update the appendix accordingly. The special districts have mostly submitted theirs, which were approved at our last meeting. However, this is the conflict of interest code for the county. What it does is take into consideration changes in the position control list, correction of titles of positions that are required to file Form 700s. There are a handful of positions within the county that are not listed on the county's conflict of interest code, such as the Board of Supervisors, the County Administrative Officer, County Counsel, the District Attorney, the Tax Collector, and I think a couple of others, and that is because their statement of economic interest, or Form 700s, are filed directly with the FPPC, so they are not part of the county's conflict of interest code. So it's not that they don't file, it's that I am not the filing official for their boards. So the attached appendix takes into consideration the changes that I mentioned as far as changes in title and disclosure categories, as the FPPC had made modification to their list of disclosure categories, and we are conforming to that. So,
Thank you. Any public comment on this?
Joe Kelly. I'd like to know how many of the Board of Supervisors attended the 2014 ethics training, Calaveras LAFCO, that was held, and especially in it, since they provided certificate of participation information. If you didn't attend that, have you had the training for the certificate of participation information training, since it's coming up in another agenda item? Or in other words, are you all qualified? Thank you.
So just to answer your question, Mr. Kelly, LAFCO did offer a training that was here, but the FPPC offers online training, which many citizens choose to participate in. And they have a window, I'm not sure exactly of it, but it's every 2 years that they need to complete that certification. So the Board of Supervisors who may or may not have attended that may have also, or in a substitution, done the online training.
So they are all qualified?
They do it every 2 years.
To include COPs, certificate of participation?
They would get one with the online training and then provide it to you, yes.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Bring it back to the board. Any comments from the board? Okay.
I make a motion to approve the conflict of interest code and amend the code's appendix for the County of Calaveras.
Okay. First by Supervisor Pani and second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. At this time, I'd like to break for lunch. We're past the 12 o'clock period, and so we will be back at 1:30. Is it good? At 1:30. Yep. Is it on? It is? Good afternoon. So here we are after lunch, and we'll reconvene with agenda item number 21. It's a review of citizen boards, committees, and commissions to determine continued retention or disbanding of groups that are no longer functioning as originally intended. Who's going to take this one?
Diane's going to start.
Thank you, Chair Edson. Last year, at the request of the Board of Supervisors, staff was asked to review the citizen boards, committees, and commissions to determine if they were mandated, if they were functioning properly, if they were struggling to maintain a quorum, just to identify where we might have areas that might need some attention. And so on a cursory review of the 39 committees that we have, staff has determined and made a recommendation regarding 4 of them for today's consideration. Now, keeping in mind that these committees and commissions were formed to act in an advisory capacity to the Board of Supervisors. And in many of their governing documents, if not all, it does state that they will give an annual report to the board of their activities, recommendations that they have, etc. In the 4 years that I have worked for the county, I have seen one committee that has come forth with a recommendation annually or a report annually to the board. Of the others, there are 4 that I believe have served their purpose and or should be formed in a different capacity. So I'll go through each one, and then if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. The first one is the Parks and Recreation Committee. This commission was originally established in 2007 to assist staff in the development of operation of parks in the county and the use of Proposition 40 funds. This commission has not maintained a consistent membership record and has been unable to obtain a quorum since 2013. Since that time, the Proposition 40 funds have been allocated, and staff believes that the commission has fulfilled its purpose. Therefore, staff recommends that this commission be disbanded.
And if I may add, Diane, I believe that you've only received one application for the Parks and Rec Commission for the coming year at this juncture.
We have not even, that was an appointment that was made last year. There is one member of this commission. There is no others that are members of this committee. So
They have filed paperwork.
I'm sorry?
They have filed any paperwork. Officially.
Last year or this year?
Right.
Yes.
I think there was one application submitted.
I have not received one this year.
I think one came in on either yesterday, I think it was yesterday when you were out sick.
Okay. Subsequently, though, they are one that has not reported back to the board other than when in the allocation of the Prop 40 funds. And so we are recommending that they be disbanded.
So, I mean, I understand completely. I mean, I know that Pat McGreevy is my Parks and Rec Commissioner, the lone Parks and Rec Commissioner, as it turns out, the last year. But I just feel like, if the rest of the board wanted to give it a shot to do a little bit more recruiting for Parks and Rec Commissioners out there, it really is an incredibly important thing, Parks and Recreation. So are we satisfying what we want to do as a county in some other way? I mean, that's why this was created, is to help with Parks and Recreation and for the Prop 40 money. But there's a lot you could do with a few dedicated volunteers. So I mean, if nobody else is interested on the board, then I mean, I can just meet with Pat by myself. And we don't have to have permission. But I recommend that if you guys go out and recruit for, and I don't even know if Pat's interested now, but I could probably find somebody who could do that if he's willing to sit on the commission besides Pat if he's not into it.
Well, one thing to keep in mind with these groups that are appointed by the Board of Supervisors is they are bound by the Brown Act. They do have to post their agendas, they do have to maintain quorums, they do have to meet the same criteria that the Board of Supervisors needs to meet in order to hold meetings. And what we don't want, what we wouldn't want to see is groups that have less than a quorum meeting in a manner that puts them in violation of that. We don't want our volunteers to be put in a bad predicament such as that. Right. And so that is one of our recommendations and one of our reasonings.
Right, and I understand that completely. And if the rest of the board doesn't want to do it, then, who am I to stop you guys? So it's up to you guys.
I actually have, I know that I don't know if it's officially or not, but we have a representative out of Valley Springs, Dave, who was working with Pat not that long ago. Yeah, last year. So I feel that. Yeah. Okay. So
they weren't working as official commissioners.
Right.
But question: how many facilities do we have in the county that fall under this committee?
We actually have very few county parks and rec. There was one donated to us in Mountain Ranch by the school district, and that's the Mountain Ranch Park. We have the ball field that is up here, but it is run by San Andreas Recreation and Parks. We lease it to them, and they run the park and maintain. The vast majority of the parks in Calaveras County are run and maintained by nonprofits, veterans districts, etc. And so when we were going through the Prop 40 allocation and funding, it became critical that we had somebody working as a liaison, and Pat McGreevy really filled that role. Those projects have been completed, and there's been very little activity since that time, and part of that reason is because there are no members on the commission, and there's really no oversight of county-owned parks.
By the commission, that's not part of their duties.
No.
No, they were working on a county-wide Parks and Rec plan, which was nearly completed. And it's a pretty good size document. It's really cool. And so, it may be a lull like a lot of things are right now, because, quite frankly, there's no money coming into the county for almost anything. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't plan for the future. And though that Parks and Rec Commission really was set up to support the special districts that are out there right now, because, of course, the special districts don't have any type of support either. No staffing or anything like that. So, well, except one does that I know of. But so the long-term goal was to set themselves up where they could help them with funding and projects and things like that when it becomes available again. Of course, in the past couple of years, it's been none of that. If anything, they've received less dollars to try to do more with. So, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen in the future.
I'm a proponent of Parks and Recreation, but I didn't have an understanding of where we stood currently on it. I have tendency to agree with Supervisor Wright that if we could find people that would be interested. I know I have one member in my district that would be very interested in being on that commission, but that was told two.
No, actually, it would be three. I know somebody.
Quorum. Well, our quorum is, we're going to need how many? Three.
And I believe that there are 7 members, so they would need 5. I mean, 4. I'm sorry.
How are the other two appointed?
One is a member, a representative of the San Andreas Parks, Rec and Park, and one is a representative of CCWD.
Right. That's cool. So that and
they haven't appointed anybody.
Well, they have a new board, though.
Well, Scott Radaman still thinks he is. So.
Is an advisory committee subject to the same Brown Act requirements?
Yes. Yes.
Point of head board.
I have a question. Probably, Megan, for you. If we were to disband this Parks and Rec Commission, what's it like to start up new? What's the process, or what does it entail? If we decide 2 years from now we want a Park and Rec advisory committee or commission or whatever.
Well, I mean, it would be the board would direct staff to bring an item back for the board for creation of an advisory committee. It would be like any other item that would be brought to the board, where the board directs staff and staff brings the item forward. It wouldn't be. I mean, it would be very similar in my mind as far as the amount of staff time to bring an item like that forward. Surely you might be able to comment on the length of time for the creation of it.
I think it would be relatively simple. It was created by resolution. Initially, we have all those documents. It would be simply looking at those, seeing if there was recommended changes to the makeup of the committee or the reporting of the committee or even the responsibility of the committee, and updating that information and bringing it back to the board. And as Megan said, it really wouldn't be any more time consuming than any other board agenda item that we prepare.
So if I understand it correctly, we have options here. One being we can disband it right now, but we can bring it back very relatively simply and inexpensively. Should we generate interest to be on that board? Is that correct?
That's correct. It would just take an action by the board. We would bring it back via resolution for adoption by the board regarding the makeup and duties and responsibilities of the committee. And we can basically take the old resolution and rework it a little bit.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we give it 6 months? If we come up with a quorum of commissioners, and we're good to go. If not, we bring it back and we disband.
I would agree with that.
Just so I don't stumble through this, should we go through each one of these and then vote on each one of these singularly? Or how are we handling this? Because the way this is presented, it's like it's all or nothing.
You can always break them out and act independently on them.
I think the action should be done individually. Each one should be, if they are done individually, it would be up to the chair as to open public comment for each one or to have public comment on the item as a whole. And then when it's brought back to the board for action, take each commission individually from there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted to take public comment at one time, I can go through the other 3 with our recommendation, or I can wait until after you take a public comment on each one.
Yeah. Well, then my question is if we take public comment on the whole package, and we decide to vote on them or break them out individually to disband or not disband, wouldn't we have to do public comment on every one of them anyhow?
Well, that's the thing is if you open public comment for item 21, anybody would be able to comment on any one of the 4 commissions, so they would have the opportunity to be heard.
All right.
It's just it's more of a procedural or process that is in the discretion of the chair.
Okay.
Yeah, so back to, I just wanted to get your guys' idea on the 6-month plan.
That would be Supervisor Wright. I think that's the way we should go with that. See if we can generate quality candidates and then bring this thing back up and make it happen.
Yeah, I'm good with that. So, okay, so continue on then.
Okay. So the next one that staff is making a recommendation on is the IHSS Advisory Committee. Was established in 2002 in accordance with AB 1682, and the committee's duties were to provide ongoing advice and recommendations regarding IHSS and the public authority to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, who is the governing body. The committee has struggled for many years to recruit and maintain members and to obtain quorums for meetings. And as of 2012, the state no longer mandates that counties have an IHSS advisory committee. Due to the struggles that have been experienced over the last few years, staff is recommending that this committee be disbanded. The next is the Domestic Animal Advisory Committee. This committee was established to assist in gathering pertinent data and provide recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding domestic animals within the county. We spoke with the group this last summer, and they would like to remain advisory to the Board of Supervisors. However, staff believes that changing the DAC to an advisory group to the department would relieve this group of the compliance issues associated with being appointed by the Board of Supervisors and would increase its productivity and make a greater impact on the community if they were to be disbanded as a Board of Supervisors advisory committee and established as an advisory committee to the department directly. The other part of that is that neither the IHSS nor the DAC have provided any kind of report to the Board of Supervisors in at least the last 4 years. The last that we are making a recommendation on is the Emergency Medical Services Oversight Committee, or the MSOC. The MSOC committee was established in 2004 to report back to the Board of Supervisors with recommendations to improve operational policies and procedures to ensure the protection of the public's health and safety. Prior to July of 2014, this group was unable to obtain a quorum for meetings since December of 2012. It has not reported back to the Board of Supervisors in many years. The Administrative Office and County Council recommend the committee be disbanded and allow Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Services, or EMS, to assume oversight functions that would otherwise be delegated to Emergency Medical Care Committee. So those are our recommendations.
Okay, you guys want to comment on something before I take it to public? All right, public comments, please.
I'll comment after the public.
Thank you. I appreciate Al Segala. We concur with the last three recommendations. This is almost like cleaning house. It's really refreshing. And this is a good step in the right direction for this year. Now, on Parks and Recreation, everybody likes parks. Everybody likes recreation. It's almost like motherhood and apple pie. One of the best things that happened in this county in that regard was in Murphy's. It's a park that was created by volunteers. There were contractors that donated their materials and labor. There were parents that put in a lot of hours. And there was a real community effort that brought people together to create this for the kids. Now, this type of activity ought to be promoted, not taken over by a government bureaucracy. Once you establish a countywide park and recreation structure that's taxpayer funded, you'll start to have people more and more let government do it. And that's not the way you want to do it. You want this to be private. And then if some areas are not another area that has good progress in regards to private parks is Mountain Ranch. And there may be some effort also in West Point. One of the things that could be done is to promote this information within the communities to increase the amount of community support and control of their own parks. And that's really a good thing. We don't need a government park and recreation structure. We simply need to inspire more people to get involved with it. And by doing so, we'll have a better tomorrow for our kids. Doesn't that make sense? Thank you.
Good. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Regarding the Parks and Rec, there's 5 supervisors. Why don't each of you look to your constituents and select someone from your supporters to serve on each of the committees that you may be looking for people to fill in? You said there was 5 vacancies. That would be ideal. There's 5 of you guys. Find out who is willing in your district to step up. Now, as far as the IHSS committee, now you know, of course, I'd have something to say. You can disband the IHSS committee, but then you're going to have to form a public authority advisory committee. Now, we were presented with this 2 or 3 years ago, and we decided, well, we like the name IHSS, and it isn't in the ordinance that we have to have a public authority advisory committee. Most of the counties have not chosen to change the name of their committee to the Public Authority Advisory Committee. They're all still the IHSS advisory committees. What we would be losing if you were to disband both of those committees would be a voice for probably the most vulnerable among us who don't have a chance to speak up and say anything. The IHSS Advisory Committee has struggled. It got a lot of support from County Council and Administrative Office in redefining who the membership was. But in that new mandate, what we had was a quorum of 6. Well, right now we only have 5 members on the committee. How are we going to get a quorum of 6 when we only have 5 members? We need to have our membership changed to 51% majority to make our quorum. We never achieved 11 members. We had 10. We were still required to have 6 to make a quorum. Then we lost a member, we were down to 9. Then we lost another member, we were down to 8, but we were still required to come up with 6 for a quorum. That's why we failed. It was like the majority of our board had to be there, not just 51%. So, looking ahead, we would like to ask this board to change our quorum requirement to a 51% majority. We will be able to have our meetings proceed even though we've never gotten our full 11-member committee, which we will still try to acquire. We need 11 members because in our committee, 6 of the members are consumers. That means the handicapped or disabled, and they have an extremely hard time making it to the meetings, let alone working on any projects. So it's very important that we keep our membership at 11 so we can have 5 public members who are more physically able to do some of the work necessary. So don't give up on us. We've only had a couple of years to pull it together. We've been ignored for 10 years. We need a chance to stand up for the people that we represent. Thank you.
Marty Crane, regarding IHSS, thank you, Debbie. We're excited about the possibilities moving forward. I agree with absolutely everything Bonnie just said. I wanted to share also that with regard to this fragile population, this is, in my opinion, the last opportunity for them to know that they're being heard. And to have the whole focus of in-home care looked at as a whole. And then we are working on things so that there's for instance, we're working on something with DRAIL. We've been working on that for some time now, where if you fall through the cracks of IHSS because of income or whatever, and you have to self-pay, we've put together a packet where we can help you, this consumer, help them be more astute at hiring someone instead of saying, would you go put this 3x5 card on the bulletin board down at the senior center or over at the post office because I need a caregiver, and then who's going to show up? You never know, or putting an ad in the paper if you can afford it, who's going to show up? So there are things that IHSS can look at and bring forth. And we've been struggling, like Bonnie said, for years to get our feet underneath us because there have been outside forces working against us that really have nothing to do with IHSS. And we're hopeful that we will bring the focus back to the IHSS Advisory Committee and without the interruptions and of outside forces so that they can be focused on their mission and, like Bonnie said, acquire the membership and the functionality and be what we're supposed to be because it's important. There's a great value in this committee, and I'm hopeful that you won't give up on us. And there was one other thing and I lost it. It may come back to me in a minute. Oh, one of the other meetings that I attend is the Mental Health Board meeting, and we spent a long time working on the bylaws for that committee, right? And it has a fragile population as well. And when they approved it, it said that it was a majority of seated members, not you have a total of 11 allowed, so you have to have 6. It was a majority of seated members, and I asked them about that. I said, I understood that we couldn't do that. And they said, oh, yes, oh, yes. So I'm wondering why IHSS is being told that we can't have, like what Bonnie was talking about. So that's my question. Don't give up on us. Thank you.
George Fry. I'm a member of the IHSS, and I've seen it come a long ways from 4 years ago when I tried to get on the IHSS. The group of people, and it's not about talking bad, but the majority of the consumers, they had the control on who got selected, and they would give the name to the board, and the board would just appoint that person. Well, that has now changed because the applications go directly to the board clerk, and it's a much better screening, and I've been on the board a little over a year. The real challenge is to get the consumers to the meetings and to have them be on board in terms of the manner in which the business is conducted. Some of those people are just learning how to make motions and seconds, and so it's somewhat of a challenge. And I know that Chris observed that for this past year, and it is challenging from time to time, but it has been improving little by little. And this really is a population that really needs the help of this board and needs the help of this committee as an advisory committee. And I think we're going in the right direction. We have been working on new bylaws. I hope it doesn't take as long as it did for the mental health board. I wrote the draft of the mental health board bylaws about 4 years ago, and I had since left about 6 months after that. So I'm kind of sad to hear that it took that long for them to get approved. I hope it doesn't take that long with IHSS. So I would ask that you give it some time. I think that the fact that Supervisor Ponte is stepping up to be the supervisor to come to our meetings, and given her hospital background, she's going to know these consumers much better than anybody else on this board. And I'm really looking forward to her coming to the meetings, and she's going to have a lot of insight on how she can help all of us board members to better improve the process by which the committee meets and does things. I've spent several hours with the director, Mary Zawicki, finding out about the background and so on and so forth, and of the committee and the authority and all of that. And I absolutely support what Bonnie said here today, and I really beg you to give consideration to the IHSS and give us an opportunity to move along here. And I think with guidance from Supervisor Ponte, I think we can make some real good movement in terms of the committee. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comments?
Yes, Bill McManus. Excuse me. As I sit here listening to this, it's more like theater of the absurd that staff reports that you've got all these committees where no one shows up, there's no quorum, they don't have anything to do if they do show up. Parks and Recreation has 2 parks. Why don't you just give it to the Veterans Memorial District? They have a proven record of taking care of parks and doing things for the community. As for the rest of this, the community has expressed itself on all of these issues. It has voted on all of these issues. It votes with their absence. It votes with their reluctance to get involved. They vote with their lack of participation. And yet this board is going to resuscitate these committees and keep them on life support, hoping that someone will show up and do something. And when they do, what's it all for? You know, there are other agencies, other county departments that could just as easily pick up the slack and save all of this. This is insane. You know, no one cares, except you want to keep it on life support now. I don't get it. Maybe you can explain it to me in a way that I can understand. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Debbie?
Yeah, I've spent the last couple of years, because as I looked at all these various committees and commissions and trying to understand their functionality and why they were put in place and this sort of thing. And, I find with a good majority of them, and we're talking about 4 here today, that really struggle. I think Mr. McManus said it well in regards to, the public is not participating. And I think there's enough notices. We're certainly on CCTV. It gets reported in the paper, the various openings and the struggles and trials and tribulations that many of these committees have. And they were all board directed. So when that happens, these committees fall under a Brown Act. They fall under Form 700, conflict of interest. They have to post their notices. They have to have minutes. They're to report back to the board. And honestly, in 2 years, none of that has happened. And there is a tremendous amount of staff time and frustration, community time and frustration on many of these committees. And so I think that as we look at these things, sometimes these things have to, for lack of a better word, go away or die or be blessed somewhere else, and maybe they come back in another way. And that can always happen, as I heard Megan say today. If we find where there's a true need for something, we as a board can develop those things, and that'll be a much stronger voice than anything else. In 2 years, we've had one board, or board, I guess you would want to call, who came back and made a report to this board, and that's the Mental Health Board. We haven't heard from Library Commission. We haven't heard from Domestic Advisory, MSOC, Park and Rec, all of these things. And when I look at Park and Rec, I'm a firm believer in all of that. But when I look at Calaveras County, and I look at AMA, I look at what White Pines does, Feeney Park, Murphy's Community Club, Mountain Ranch Community, on and on and on about the various kinds of volunteer groups and other 501(c) type groups that are able to operate these kinds of things. And so as I look at here, I believe there's a place for all of this in regards to like an advisory capacity that isn't a board appointed type situation, because we're not getting anything back. And I don't think 6 months is going to bring 7 candidates to the Park and Recreation District.
I mean, what does it hurt to try, though? Because we have a new board here, with at least, a different makeup, might reach a different class, group of people. Why not give it?
But if the community really wanted to do it, then they would be here.
Well, I mean, it's a give and take, right? I mean, that's part of the question we always run. Do it anyway. It's the leadership. So is that our responsibility? Like, at IHSS, they would argue that it was my responsibility to really make that committee go. And, I always look at it as their responsibility. And so it's always a give and take between, us on this board as leaders and the community is taking that ownership of their own community and their own desires. So that's why I think we give the Parks and Rec board that, hey, look, guys, we're going to close this down if you're really not interested. It's shut. We'll give them one last chance and we'll see what happens because we have a new board.
So the average age of your volunteers up at White Pines is 65 years old.
Mm-hmm. I would say that's the average age of most of our communities.
Most of our community parks.
Mm-hmm.
And as a matter of fact, it was the Parks and Rec Commission that got them a bunch of money so that they can even have what they have now. Murphy's Park received $70,000 from Prop 40 money. Just as many other parks all across the county did.
Shirley probably has that in her hand.
That's where I got it from. So all I'm saying is, I can tell you that I was on the Parks Commission for a period of time. That's where I started. I started with San Andreas Recreational Parks District. I was the Parks Commission representative, and while I was engaged, it was rolling. Prop 40 money ran out. This field up here received $74,000 for the third ball field that people are now using because there's not enough ball fields for kids around this county at all. It doesn't come from just the community stepping up and clearing a field off and planting some grass. That's not how it operates. It takes more than that. So I also believe that one of the reasons why some of these committees may be failing is because we aren't doing our job. I'm not doing my job to go out there and to make sure that it can operate, or at least give it a little bit of a shot in the arm once in a while. And I failed to do that. I don't mind trying it again, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that we don't have the mid and young groups of adults and people out there that are engaged in this. They're either commuting and working. And so you leave it up to the really, the older folks, the aged in the communities to be able to do this stuff, and they are engaged. They're volunteers. They're awesome. They're engaged. But eventually, 5 years from now, 4 years from now, half of those people aren't going to be able to do it anymore. And really, we should be thinking about how can we support it at 5 years from now. Because if we don't, then a lot of these parks and stuff that you guys are all so fond of and that you help so much in will disappear or struggle dearly. And they are already struggling. And just here in town, we have a district. We have a Parks and Rec district for San Andreas. And they struggle big time. And they're receiving some money. But it's not enough. And it's not enough volunteer support. Everything that they do, the grass that's being trimmed, all of the maintenance on the parks, all of that are being done by volunteers, and they have a hell of a time getting them. So the commission is supposed to be helping out with that sort of thing. They got complacent for a while. They got, whatever things go through. That is true. I know Pat McGreevy has a lot of passion for this thing. And sometimes he gets beat down because he may be feeling like he's the Lone Ranger. Well, it's partly my fault because I'm not there to help him out with it too. So, because I have, the millions of things that I'm doing as well. Well, I just feel that it would be a shame to just toss it immediately. I think that we should give it a chance to see if they really want to do it. If they really want to do it, then we should probably help them structure that, just like we've helped structure other commissions and committees. And, the aging one is a good example of that. And I know that it's kind of unpopular to think about having a commission that is idle. Well, that's okay. I don't mind being unpopular, actually, because I really believe that there are certain things that we need to continue in this county. That is one of them in my mind. I don't know too much about the other ones. The parks one I do know about. I know they've done a tremendous amount of work. They have a Parks and Rec plan it's about that thick that they've almost completed. And I would hate to see all that work go to waste too. I feel that it could turn into something that this county needs. But if we don't support it, it's not going to turn into anything. And that's the way it is with a lot of things. So that's just my 2 cents.
Just to interject to that, and for you to consider in your decision, and that is that of the 39 boards, committees, and commissions, we have 150 openings.
There's plenty of opportunity for the community to get
We're
involved.
spread pretty thin. And I think that we have volunteers who are serving in one capacity or more on many groups. And so I'm not trying to sway you either way. We've given you the staff recommendation, and it's not my recommendation alone. It is the recommendation of staff. But I think that, volunteers are hard to come by, and people want to give their time to the things that they feel passionate about and that they feel they can make a difference. And I think that when we have some groups, and these are not all of the ones that are not functioning, this is the four that we could bring to you today. There are more. I think that we need to take into consideration what we're asking of these volunteers. We're asking them to comply with the Brown Act. We're asking them, in some cases, to disclose their economic interests. We're asking them to put all of their efforts into putting together a meeting and then not having enough members to have that meeting. We're asking them to do good works on behalf of the county, and they're not able to have meetings. So whether the intention is that they're going to be able to do good works, they can't do it because they don't have enough members to have a meeting.
Yeah.
So they're not doing what they feel passionate about now.
Yeah.
So maybe the answer, like Debbie said, is to consider giving them a rest. Maybe they're disbanded for now, and maybe then we can maybe focus our energies instead of on trying to keep their lifeline going. Maybe we need to look at what it is that we want from them. Maybe we need to look at what it is. Maybe they have a different purpose, and maybe they need to be reestablished in a different way. And maybe they could be advisory, like we're recommending for the Domestic Animal Advisory Committee. Maybe they could be advisory to a department where they don't have the constraints that the political process and the governmental public process ties them with. Maybe we need to help them to do their works in a better way.
Yeah.
So it's not that we don't appreciate the efforts of the few individuals who are trying to hold it together with baling wire, but maybe we need to see how we can help them in a different way.
And I think you have a good point. I mean, especially from your perspective and staff's perspective. I mean, it's like the budget. When the budget's balanced, admin is very happy. But for me, it's like, well, what does the budget actually do? That's what I'm more worried about. I want to balance and doing things that I think are good. And with this, it's like you see these things that are not functioning. You're like, well, what the heck do we have these for? Let's get rid of it, or let's reform. But I'm thinking that maybe from our perspective, as the elected leaders, we're probably maybe, we should do more work on recruitment than we have been doing. And that myself included, I have not spent any significant time doing that. And I was lucky that they were already kind of existing in my district. But I think it requires a lot more time and effort on our part if we want to see this. And it's a system that we've kind of put in place over the last, 100 years. And so, that's also a fundamental question is this system working? But I know that if we don't have these committees and commissions and stuff, then I think we lose something. And I think for the Parks and Rec Commission, I think we should, I'd like to just make a motion right now to continue with the Parks and Rec Commission, come back in 6 months and see if we have a good functioning, reevaluate, see if we have a good functioning commission. If we don't, then disband it until we have, another time. So I'll make that motion.
Before second comes out, could I say something? Maybe what we should do, I agree with a lot of what Diane said. Plus, there's a cost to keeping these commissions going. Staff had to look these up. We had to contact people. And we forget about those costs sometimes when we're looking at these. Even though they're volunteer committees, we are paying to manage them. Maybe instead of giving one specific 6 months, what if we were to table this for a brief time and see if there's any interest in any of them? As to me, and there are people popping up that we're making comments on, maybe this is the first notice to them that, it is not going to work if they don't get up and do it. Personally, if they're not coming to them, why are we maintaining them? Because it's costing us. Now, is 6 months for one particular one going to help? I don't know. But maybe if we bring it all back in 3 months, we've got a better feeling for it. If we don't have an indication by then let's clean house.
Well, I would modify my motion to reflect that.
I'll bring the whole
Yeah, bring it all back in let's say 4 months.
Yeah, whatever time. And it just puts these committees on notice that if you're not interested, we understand.
And us too. I mean, helping, if we're really passionate about these committees and we, really push it, maybe that will help it get going. And if we're not, then we come back in 4 months and we say, hey,
clean house.
So I would make that change to the motion.
I would second that.
So could I add one other thing? Out of the four, the DAC is one that does not struggle for members, but we are recommending that they be changed so that they're not advisory to the Board of Supervisors, but advisory to the department, so that they can assist the department.
How does Brian feel about that?
Brian is supportive of that.
Okay, that's good with me. That's good with me.
I have one question with this. Those committee members would then report to the department, but still be on the committee. Is that correct?
Shirley, why don't you?
The committee would become an advisory, instead of advisory to the board and bound by the Brown Act and the reporting requirements. They would still maintain an advisory committee status, but to the department, and therefore eliminating the need to comply with the Brown Act. They could still meet, they could still maintain their membership, but the advice that they would provide would be to the department head and to Animal Services.
And they would not be appointed by the Board of Supervisors.
Correct.
Anybody who wanted to be on it, they do their own thing.
Yeah, they manage it themselves.
They're not appointed.
We would not be involved in a selection process.
Well, I have a question on that. How would it relate to the department? I mean, like if, how would the committee and the department head relate? If the department head said, "You guys are really bugging me. I'm disbanding you." I mean, would they be able to do that?
They would not be an official Board of Supervisors committee.
So it's up to the department head if they want to retain that committee or who's on the committee.
Yes, which at this point, Brian, that is what Brian is recommending.
So if there's value, then they help people.
Right. It's just something we got to be clear about.
In all honesty, where we're struggling is and with a group like the DAC, where they're very passionate, they're very involved, they really want to be doing things, is they struggle with the agenda management. They struggle with the quorum issues. They struggle with the not being able to talk about things that are not on their agenda. And, I think that they really want to be doing some good things, as all of the groups, but I think that for them, one of the things that is hindering them is the Board of Supervisors appointment and what that means. So I think that they would be much more productive and make a greater impact to the community by acting in an advisory capacity to the department, as opposed to having them, we're requiring them to come back and report to us, which they've never done.
Yeah, no, I wanted to understand the structure, so the department head
It would be much less formal, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
And the department head has a good relationship with the DAC, as does the manager of Animal Services, and they participate in that meeting. And I think it's a very give and take process for the department head and the committee. And I think that's something that will be ongoing. But again, they struggle, as Diane said, with the agenda, with the meeting, with the minutes, with posting the meeting timely, with applications, with ensuring that they don't talk agenda items. And it really will give them a more informal methodology to communicate and support and advise the department.
Well, it'd be interesting, like for Parks and Rec, what if we looked at doing that underneath the planning department or something like that?
And that would be a very good possibility, because one of the things that they were looking at in their master plan that they were developing was a method of raising, through development agreements, monies to, or dedication of land for a park in a development. So it would make sense. It could be done. disbanded as a commission of the board and brought back as reporting to the planning department.
It's the structure. That's what most people I talk to, volunteering. It's they want to be able to serve in some capacity, and then all of a sudden you start saying, oh, by the way, it's a Brown Act, and now you need this, and this, and you can't talk off agenda, and you need to post the agenda in the minutes. Do you guys have any idea where the minutes of these meetings are even kept? No. People's homes, in their garage. It's like, and then you say, okay, here's the conflict of interest statements, and it just goes on, and to me it sets volunteers up for possible trouble.
So on these four here, are there additional ones that you're going to bring back as they go through? I know the library commission.
Mm-hmm. There will be more that we're going to be bringing back, yes. We brought back these four today.
Okay.
So maybe the answer then would be to keep them on for another, say, quarter, and then with the intention of trying to blend them into a department or have them develop so that they can move in that direction.
Well, there's a motion on the table.
Second. To bring it back after 4 months.
Yeah.
So.
And I'll modify it, I guess, again to make those three and not including the DAC, and that would be the motion. We are that kind of use.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So are we talking 4 or 3 months?
You said
4 months.
I said 4.
So during the month of April, is that what we'd like to see?
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
That's a good path between 3 and 4.
Okay. Before we take the vote, Peter.
I just have a question on there's a distinction between sphere of influence and sphere of interest. You could lead these groups.
Peter, go over there.
Save you time, so you don't have to listen to me. Sphere of interest, sphere of influence. These groups could be designated like a sphere of interest. They wouldn't be required from all this administrative mumbo-jumbo. And if they show the interest, the sphere of interest for the ballpark or whatever, okay? Fine, you can always update them. But the sphere of interest, you don't need a Brown Act, you don't need appointments. You would have a group of folks who are interested, who are dedicated, recognize them as they do have a sphere of interest. And they don't have to go through this all this administrative BS, save your staff time, recognize them. This group, these parents, they have a sphere of interest in that ballpark. And when they do have a concern, they can still approach you, because whatever decision is going to be made on that ballpark, it's still going to be all up to 5 of you. But they don't have to jump through all these hoops. Just consider it, that's all. Doesn't cost you any money. You still can have your 6 months or 4 months, whatever to think about, but you can present it to these people. They're not going to be employees. They're not going to handle money. It's still going to be up to you. But a spare, just create a spare of interest. Maybe she can correct me, but there's a possibility. Thank you.
Pretty close to where we're going. So, okay. Any other comments? All right. So we have a motion by Chris and a second by Debbie. Steve?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, George. Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
It's 5-0.
So just to clarify that action is that the Parks and Rec, IHSS, and the MSOP committees will be brought back in 4 months. However, the DAC was not part of that. So are you taking a separate vote on the DAC?
No, we're taking the same vote that DAC is going to go to.
Is that part of the motion?
It was not part of the motion.
It was part of the motion. That's
Sure.
What
Oh, it was modified. I'm sorry. Okay.
I said that.
And just a question. I know that IHSS has an 11-member board. Is there any way to reduce that? I got to tell you that in all the boards that I've been to, very seldom do you get a bunch of people coming to an 11-member board. It's usually like maybe 5 or 7. Is that illegal?
We can take a look at that.
Okay, thanks.
Would you like me to comment?
Maybe it's, go ahead.
Yes.
In order to reduce the size, we would have to look at the establishing documents. I believe that it's in the establishing documents. It sets the size of the committee. So depending on if it's in the bylaws or if it's set out in the resolution creating it, we would have to look at that and bring an amendment to those to make any changes to it.
Well, maybe under Debbie, the committee could figure that one out. And,
That just happened.
okay, good.
Janice Elliott did it right before she left office.
She did?
Yes, she did.
What was it?
She made it what it is now.
Yeah.
With the 11 members.
Really?
She worked very diligently on that before she left. So.
Okay, okay.
The reason being, when
It's my first meeting. I'm being really nice to everybody.
The committee had been reduced to 7, and then it got down to 5. But when you get so few people, you've got consumers that can't participate. So then you've got one public or two public people that can do anything, and they can't really do anything with two non-consumers. I say consumers versus non-consumers. So that was why we wanted to go back to 11, so we could have at least, I would say, 5 able-bodied. I don't, not to be compared to disabled, but people can actually show up and contribute.
The size of the advisory, Janet Clark, Valley Springs, the size of the advisory committee is based on the county's population. Anything over, I forget the amount, you can have 11. They recommend 11 members. Anything under that, which Calaveras is under, they recommend the IHSS advisory committee of 7, with the majority of those being consumers and the provider.
Okay.
And if you look under health section code, I believe it's 12304.6, it'll give you that definition. And even under the Senate Bill 1682, even if you guys disband the IHS Advisory Committee as it stands now, the public authority is still mandated to have an advisory committee.
Okay. Thank you. So they'll have 4 months to figure that out, right? And Debbie will make sure that happens. Great. Okay, number 22.
Okay, so we have before you applications for consideration for a few of the citizen boards, committees, and commissions. We have 3 of them. We have the Fish and Game Commission, the Planning Commission, and the Prevent Child Abuse Council of Calaveras. So we have applications for Fish and Game. There are 2 representatives from each district. All vacancies, all of the positions on the committee of Fish and Game are vacant at this time. So we have 3 applications for District 5, 2 of which are incumbents. We have 2 applications for District 2, both of which are incumbents. And we have 1 for District 1 and 1 for District 3.
Okay.
So I don't know how you want to do it. If you want to...
So in District 5, there's 2 vacancies and 3 applicants.
Yes.
All right, so District 5 is going to have to pick 2, because there's 2. And I would think that we could go ahead and move on this after that choice, and then we'll just go out and solicit. I already know that I have another candidate for District 1 for Fish and Game. So
that's fine.
He called me yesterday. So, and then Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, we have 2 vacancies, 1 for District 3, 1 for District 5. We have 3 applications for District 3 and 2 for District 5. One of the applications for District 3 is an incumbent.
All right.
So, do we get to know the names?
Sure, they're in the item. So I can start with the Fish and Game Commission.
Yes.
We have District 1 is Grant Metzger. District 2 is Jerry Bird and Karen Waldeer. District 3 is Ron Severud. District 4, there aren't any applications. District 5, we have Bill McGladry, and who is an incumbent. We have Sam Welch, who is an incumbent, and we have Buzz Walderson, who is a new applicant.
Excuse me. Is there only one application for the incumbent, or is there another application for District 3?
There is only one at this time that I've received.
I believe there was another one submitted, Mr.
Okay. These packets are prepared 2 weeks before today's meeting, so if they were submitted after that 2-week period, they're not included in today's meeting.
And then we'll
Okay,
bring it
do we
back.
discuss that position now, or do we wait later?
You can discuss the applications that are before you.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll come back. Next meeting probably.
We have them every month.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. So do you want to do Fish and Game and then move to Planning Commission?
Why don't we decide on all of them and then we'll just vote?
Okay, so you want me to read all of the applications
Just
first?
well, we have for Fish and Game. Really, there's one to worry about, right?
There is one that has more applications than
There's three applications, 2 positions. So it'd be up to District 5 supervisor to pick the 2 positions.
Yes.
And then we can move on to the next one.
Sure.
We'll vote it, but we'll
You'll
vote
make
on
a
it.
recommendation and then the board would vote on it.
I would recommend Buzz Walderson and Bill McGladry.
Okay, so then we,
Oh, okay. All right. And then what about Planning Commission?
Planning Commission, the applicants are for District 3, Michelle Plotnick, who is the incumbent, Lisa Muterbees, and John Faust. In District 5, the applicants are Colleen Reyes and David Tudor.
Okay, so District 3?
District 3. My selection would be Lisa Muterbees.
Okay.
District 5, my recommendation is David Tuno.
Okay.
Okay, and then for the Prevent Child Abuse Council, there were 3 vacancies. The committee itself, I'll read you the applicants and then I'll read you the recommendation from the committee. The applicants are Jeanette Allen, Yvonne Dwyer-Fott, Kelly Kirsten, Consuelo Connie Porto, who is an incumbent position, Patricia Ross, and the committee's recommendations are Connie Porto, Kelly Kirsten, and Yvonne Fott.
Okay. How do we choose that?
We go with the recommendation.
Go with the recommendation,
Kind of
or
what
we can go with.
So you guys agree that we go with recommendations on the Prevent Child Abuse Council?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we're good here. Public comments?
Correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I read where the incumbents of the Planning Commission were there until December of 2015. So what changes? Because I had an argument with Peter about it the other day. So how does this come up that these folks are coming up with openings when there's already been the appointment? I think we just had recently appointments of those people back to the Planning Commission for some reason. So what's the scoop? It's a 2-year term.
2014.
Well, we have new supervisors, and they can choose who represents them.
Then we should stop some of the processes. If we just did it last year, then we shouldn't have done it until the new supervisors were sworn in. we're wasting.
Last year.
But just recently last year, and I think it was Plotnik and no,
No, it was not.
but
It was District 1, 2, and 4.
okay. But what I'm getting at is, in the website shows December 31st, 2015 is their final of term. So if we're going to be doing this every 2 years, or every 4 years, or every 2 years, however the scheduling works with new supervisor, then maybe we ought to start looking at changing the way the system works and let the people know that you're on there until the new board comes in, then your history, and you have to redo it. Because it's a little confusing to me when I read something on the county's website, and then I come here and find this, and then I get to say, well, the new supervisor.
Okay, so Joe, I'm looking at the website, and it shows that District 3 and District 5 supervisors expire 12/31/2014, and that Districts 1, 2, and 4 have been appointed to expire in 2016.
Okay, give me number 5 again, please. 5
It
and
expired on December 31st.
okay. Well, I would have swore that because I argued with Peter on it. Maybe I need new glasses. Thank you.
Excuse me, Joe. I'm getting mine next week.
Marty Crane. I attend the Planning Commission meetings, and that is an extremely functional committee. It's very important, and I'm always elated when I come across a group that is very functional and committed to looking out for the entire public. They fully vet every project that comes through. If they don't have enough time, they need more information, they go back and get more. So they know these programs, and that's where our expertise is. So, and it's also my opinion that they are working for us, not for you, not for a supervisor, but for the public at large. And so for them to be effective, there's a big, long, and steep learning curve. Hopefully they come with expertise ahead of time. But once there, just like here, there's a lot to learn. So my hope is that you wouldn't just change someone on the Planning Commission just because you can. I would rather see you review and look and see what kind of a job they're doing, because they are there and they are your constituents as well. And I just want to know that we all, well, I believe that they work for us and that we shouldn't just change them just because now I'm a supervisor, I get to do that. Okay, because they're not working for you, they're working for us. Thank you.
Al Scala, Taxpayer Association. This is kind of a hard one. As I understand, in the past, each supervisor appoints a planning commissioner for that district. And the assumption is that that person appointed reflects the principles and orientation of that supervisor. And it's unfolded over time, as long as I've been watching, that pretty much is the case. It would seem that if a planning commissioner would depart from the basic philosophy that the supervisor of that district has, that supervisor can replace that planning commissioner. I don't think there's any reason or any law that would prevent the supervisor from appointing another one if the supervisor is not happy with the performance of that planning commissioner. Does that make sense? So this is the way it has worked before, and even though I may not agree with what the planning commission does sometimes, I don't disagree with that they're reflecting the wishes of the board at that time, and they pretty much have. So, am I wrong in wanting to continue the previous process? Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
George Fry. I'd just like to make a comment about the Planning Commission. they are, they're incredible. I mean, they really vet every project and ask many, many questions. And it's probably one of the best set of 5 commissioners that I've seen in a long time. I worked in the planning department for 10 years here, and I've seen a lot of planning commissioners come and go, but the planning commission that was here was really outstanding. So I just would like to put my 2 cents in for what a great job they've done.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. And Diane, you want to repeat the selections?
For the Fish and Game Commission, District 1, Grant Metzger. District 2 would be Jerry Bird and Karen Waldier. District 3 would be Ron Severud. District 5 would be Bill McGladry and Buzz Anderson. For the Planning Commission, District 3, Lisa Muterdes, and District 5, David Tuno. And for the Prevent Child Abuse Council, Consuelo Connie Porto, Kelly Kirsten, and Yvonne Fott.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Chair, I make a motion to approve the membership to the Fish and Game Planning Commission and Prevent Child Abuse Council as presented.
Okay. Second on that?
I second the motion.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. Oh, sorry. So Debbie Pawnee was first, and then Steve Kearney second, and 5-0. Okay, so we are on item 26 now. So it's adopt a resolution authorizing the submittal of an application for grant funds in the amount of $77,000 from the California Transportation Commission and authorize the interim county administrative officer to assign the applications on behalf of the County of Calaveras.
Good afternoon, Mary Rose Ruticonga with the Administrative Office. In October, the Transportation Commission approved the 2014 programs, and Calaveras was selected to be funded for 2 of those grant programs. One in the amount of $55,000, and that was to update the automated weather observing system, or AWOS system. The second was in the amount of $22,000, and that was to completely replace our rotating beacon. In the staff report, it gave a little bit of history of the systems, and they are in desperate need of updating and replacing due to their antiquated nature. We are required under this grant to have a 10% match, which would be in the amount of $7,700 for the total amount of the $77,000 grants. This match would come directly through the Airport Enterprise Fund, and we have more than enough money in that fund to support that 10% match.
Okay. All right. Any board discussion? Any public comments?
Seldom we can have a deal like what they're having. The people use the airport, they paying for it. They're putting in a matching fund. Do it. I wish all the grants would be this simple and efficient. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Alsagoula Tactical Association, I concur with Peter on that. I'm a former pilot. I would be a pilot now if I could afford it. And those funds are self-generating from the aviation industry, and so it's good for the aviation community and public safety, and also good for the taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Bring it back to the board. So you want to move on this?
Make a motion to approve?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Pawnee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. All right. Another admin. Adopt plans and specifications for building a Phase 1 model project per Public Contract Code 2150.12 and authorize the county administrative officer to solicit bids for the construction of the project.
Thank you. In July of 2014, the administrative office presented a report to the board based on information and recommendations from Aspen Street Architects for the reuse of the space that was vacated by the courts. They did a pretty in-depth study of meeting with departments, determining what the needs of the counties were and what would best fit in this building. What you have before you is Phase 1 of the remodel of this building, and what that will do is upgrade some infrastructure, electrical, plumbing, HVAC. The majority of it will then go to the ADA improvements that were included in our ADA transition plan, which means that we will make the bathrooms out here in the main lobby as well as the bathrooms back by County Council and the admin office ADA compliant. It will also improve the pathway for disabled people, and it will put a chair lift on the back stairs here to enable, again, to improve the pathway. A small amount of money will also remodel the old court judge's office space for County Council. That will enable HR to move and co-locate as part of the admin office and the current admin space as well as County Council's space. In doing so, that will pull administration together. In that plan, as mentioned in the staff report, Phase 2 hopefully will bring technology services over again to co-locate with admin as part of the admin office. They will take up the part of courtroom, I think it was Department 2, Judge Malini's old courtroom, and the offices behind that. That will enable, hopefully, Egg and the Egg Lab to move in the TSD space. That Egg Lab, it's important for it to be underground in the back part of the TSD offices. Is underground. It then brings the Environmental Health Department or agency all together under Brian in one building. Hopefully, at that point, we will find a place back on Government Center for the probation department. Currently, we're paying $220,000 to $240,000 a year for rent of the Colombo building. That lease is up the end of 2017, and hopefully by that time we can move the general fund departments out of that building and back onto Government Center. It's going to take some maneuvering, but we're looking at what those possibilities are, and that will free up that money for operating costs that we don't have to pay in rent. The board, Phase 3, would move the board's chamber next door, and we can do ADA improvements to make the board chamber more accessible. And hopefully, eventually, since the board dedicated 6.73 or 53 acres up above for a new animal shelter that Calaveras Humane Society will be working to raise money for, eventually we can move the district attorney up closer to the courthouse and to the sheriff's office and jail. The money for this is, and for the benefit of our new supervisors, is from the certificates of participation. In 2007, we did a borrowing. It was a tax-exempt borrowing. It was not one of the few methods that can be done by the county that doesn't have to go out to voters. But it's tax exempt. It could only be used for capital projects. It was a little over $7 million that we borrowed. $4 million of it was used to buy the property that we're the Justice Center as it is now, the courts and the Sheriff's Office and the jail reside on. We still have about $2.9 million in that fund, but again, this money can only be used for capital projects. It cannot be used for ongoing operating costs because of the nature of the borrowing. So what we expect is initially we had budgeted just under $400,000, the majority of which would be for the ADA improvements, about $70,000 for the remodel of the offices. When we got the final plans and specs, because of the infrastructure needs for HVAC, electrical and plumbing, we suspect that when the bids come in that they will be somewhere around $600,000. We didn't have a true engineering study, so we don't know exactly what those costs will be. So what you have before you is the project plans and specifications, and if the board gives us the go-ahead, we will go ahead and issue the RFP and go out and get the bids for Phase 1 remodel of the project.
Just have one quick clarification question. In the report, it says the Colombo building lease ends in 2016. Is that correct, or is it 2017?
It is 2017. It's my fault. I was under the understanding that it was 2016, but it's December 31st, 2017.
Okay.
I double-checked this morning.
So we wouldn't be moving until after
Until the end of the lease, right? We feel that the first few phases, it's going to take us that long to get there.
Okay. Just
Okay. Public comment.
Joe Kelly. The lease back, the original COP covers the Women's Crisis Shelter, Main Library, Health and Welfare Building, Administration Building, Law and Justice Building. I believe Law and Justice Building is this one. In 2007, the facilities had an insured property value exclusive of land and personal property of $8,975,314, which is well over the amount of the COP. Without a public vote, the county has assumed an obligation of $14,645,749 with a 30-year payback schedule. The county is obligated to tobacco settlement revenues to repay the COP. The cost of issuance and underwriting discount for the COP was $253,454. And at the date of 2008-09, the grand jury report, the county had spent $1.9 million. So apparently they've spent a bunch of other money somewhere. But the whole thing on this comes down to a point of basically what is the financial condition of the county, even then, but it wasn't asked, to be borrowing at that high rate, because COP stuff is very high rate. You could go in, if you're financially stable, you could go in even with Umpqua right now and borrow money at about 2%. This government could. So I'm very much concerned with this thing, although we've already got that money out there. We've already got a double payment, or double the size of the value from the purchase of the Voorhees and Opinski property for $4 million and all this, and creating the original COP. So everything basically here is, my questions are null and void now, because now I find out if it would have been put into the information packet, maybe I missed it, that it is money already there, the existing COP that we're going to be using. The whole thing that kind of threw me was when Miss Norton was here, she came out and said, "Oh, we found $1 million." Well, good. Didn't tell us where the $1 million was coming from when she told us about this process she started. But one other thing I also want to ask at this point, because we're talking about this building and this being the old courthouse and all that, what do we owe the state of California, the court system, money for that we pay them on an annual basis in perpetuity? And it's supposed to be something with this building. What is it? And how much is it, and what is it? Those are just a few questions. Thank you.
If I could answer that, it's called the court's facilities payment, and when we had to go through the process of transferring everything to the state, it was a very complex document that we had to go through. We had to look at numerous components to that. At that time, it was approximately $42,000 a year, a little bit more than that, and there is cost of living adjustments to that. With the new facility up there, there is still some issues of it being adjusted because we could not split the utility cost out of this building because we didn't have separate meters for it. So there's a very complex formula to calculate that court facilities payment being adjusted based on the utilities in the new building.
So it's basically now just a utility bill?
No, it's not just a utility bill, Joe. It's a very complex formula that took into consider square footage, it took into consider insurance, utilities, age of the building. It was maintenance cost. There was a lot of information that went back into that calculation. It was historical information on cost over the prior 5 years. I'd be more than happy. If you want to stop by the office, I will show you the documents.
Cost of what? Because the county owned this land, the county owned this building. The state, the judicial system was under the county for a long time, then it went to the state. How did this transfer of power and monies of this building wind up going back up to the state government when it's owned by the county?
When the courts transferred, they said that even though the state took over the courts, that the counties always had a share of cost for running the courts in their counties. And in that transfer, when they looked at it, they looked at what this building encompassed, how many square feet, how many was used by the county, how many was the courts. As I said, it was a rather complex formula, a lot of documentation that went into it, I know, because I prepared it. So if you want to come by the office, I'd be more than happy to share it with you.
Okay, but my number one question was, we would go back to then. What was the financial condition of the county to be borrowing at that highest rate?
At that time, if I may, at that time in 2007, the county was using the Tobacco Master Settlement money for capital projects. It was going into the capital project fund, but because it was a limited amount every year, then CAO Mitchell brought to the board the possibility of borrowing against that in the future, and that's what we looked at. It was looked at as what those payments would be over the next 30 years. Could they support the borrowing and make the debt service payments on the COP that would give the county an influx of money to do some much-needed capital projects.
And that was $7 million we borrowed, but we're going to pay back 14-something. So how long before, or will the county ever be able to use COP again for any other capital improvements here? I say to borrow again rather than just burn up the money that's there out of the $7 million borrowed.
Once that is paid off, one of the things that the board did at the time was set up a reserve. So if we got in $4 million, $400,000 in master settlement money and the debt service payment was $350,000 that year, that $50,000 stayed in reserve until we had what was equivalent of 3 years of debt service payment in reserve. At that point, anything in excess, the board could then choose to use for capital projects or to pay down the COP. We're not quite at that point where we have 3 years of debt service in reserve, but when that happens, we can come back to the board, explain to them what that means, what the money is, and would they prefer to pay down on the COP or put it into the capital fund.
Okay, and then in the meantime, to looking out to the future of the complete remodeling of this thing, that will come out of this existing COP funds if there's sufficient monies?
That's correct. There's currently about $2.9 million in that fund.
And you feel that will cover anything here to be done under reconstruction?
In this building, it will more than cover it. We truly do not believe we will have to spend $2.9 million.
Okay. Thank you.
As much as I have a great respect and trust, what I would recommend is I would love to see somebody going to crunch numbers and without any disrespect to anybody on this staff, I like to have my representative in the next building who does crunch the number, sees reality, sees the actual costs. Rebecca Collins, the controller auditor. It took her to bring a bunch of realities to this past boards and hopefully to you. Unbiased, doesn't got anything personal gains, but willing to bring forward reality dollars. Not because there's so much understanding, misunderstanding, changes, and so on. Somebody's got to get some reality over here, folks, because what the bottom line is that you're going to take some more money. It's going to cost us money, and I haven't seen anything. What is going to be actually remodeled this building for what? Are you going to eliminate the CCOG rental over there? That could probably pay all the interest and money what the taxpayers pay for CCOG's rental. Why, how about getting rid of some surplus property in the county? We have a big load. I don't know if anybody in this board can tell me how many properties the taxpayers own in this county. And being generous and concerned, let them have for next to nothing. But let's get the dollar straight here, folks. I mean, nothing to take away from you, ma'am. But I need a good forensic auditor to get money straightened out over here in this county before we start borrowing and we don't know exactly what we're going to spend it on. We don't really know the exact number because there's a lot of assumptions that, oh yeah, we're going to have money. Well, last time I heard, we're in a hole. We're blowing money all over the place. We're paying the highest, way above current values to rent places all over the place. Is CCAG going to come over here, pay us rent? Is any of those surplus property that we have that we're renting out for $100 a year, are they going to move in here? Is any of your employees, my employees, let's say, but they don't work for you, thank God, is that down in a basement, in offices, dingy little corners? They work for me. Are they all going to be moving in here? I mean, huh?
They work for you, huh?
Well, I pay our taxes.
You?
Yeah, don't I wish? Don't I wish? Okay? But the bottom line is, it would be nice to get some of the other financial experts in this county to get involved in. Nothing to take away from your staff, but I don't trust them, okay? No disrespect. I know what your agenda is, and I fully respect it. But we do have some folks who can come up forward and give us some forensic accounting and exactly where we are. It took Rebecca Collins to bring reality to this board, how far we're in a hole, a septic tank. And we keep borrowing money. Oh, it's going to be great. Please. Maybe you folks all got it clear, got it down to the dots, but are you getting a pipe dream at our expense? Or are you feel comfortable that this money is at what it is? The Board of Supervisors has been very generous, and they're renting and selling and so on. And then some that they made some big money and paid us some big money. I'd like to see some forensic audit to this county.
30 seconds.
Thank you. So get some reality, folks, because it's a question. We're going to have some money, more money. Somebody's going to have to pay for it. And right now, every living thing that's umbilical cord gets cut is about $70,000 in a hole, folks. Every living being umbilical gets cut, they are in $70,000 in a hole because our elected officials like to be generous and concerned. Thank you.
House of Gallon Taxpayer Association. Sometime back when they had a bond issue for Bret Hart, we did a study. One of our members is just a genius. There's a 14-page study on that bond measure. After the study, we went to oppose it. That was a week before the vote, and we just didn't get the word out. There were some serious flaws in the bond issue. One of them was replacing $6 million of COP, previous COP obligations, with the bond money. And the COP method, a certificate of, or I guess COPS, is legal, but it was necessitated because of Prop 13, which prevented government from borrowing without getting the approval of voters, a certain percentage of voters. And so it's used widespread. And there's some advantages with it administratively, and there's some disadvantages. One of the things that the taxpayers would like to see would be a comparison between this method of funding and a bond measure. And if the main reason for not having that comparison is fear that the bond measure wouldn't pass, that taxpayers wouldn't support it, then those reasons might also be reasons to take a second look at what's being done, or maybe the expense of what's being done. We know we need to do some changes here because of what's already been done with the court system. The part of our study that related to the COPs, I'll read this, and it's kind of small print, and I'm old. Before you implement a lease purchase agreement, your county should understand its limitations. COPs can only be issued to finance physical capital that is suitable as collateral, and only if the county has the authority to negotiate long-term leases. The asset must also serve an essential purpose for the government entity. COPs can bear higher interest rates than general obligation bonds and revenue bonds, though the interest differential depends upon the credit rating of the COP that the COP receives. It tends to range from 0.1% or 10 basis points to 1 full percentage point or 100 basis points above general obligation interest costs. Issuance costs may be higher for COP transactions than for other types of lease purchase financing. However, the cost of preparing documents, designing the transaction, and executing the sale for a GOP financing are similar to those for bond financing. Legally, a county government has the right not to appropriate the necessary funds to meet lease purchase payments for any given year. As a result, the repayment pledge for a COP agreement is generally viewed as weaker than a general obligation bond. A decision to terminate lease payments may be made in a reduction of the county's rating, may result in a reduction of the county's rating for revenue and general obligation bonds. Such a downgrading can have a costly effect on a county's interest costs on future bonds. Well, if we look at the history, we have a different board now, but if we look at the history of previous boards' ability to handle or be responsible with money, there's some problems because we were spending more than we were taking in. And there was almost like a denial of that. And to finally, we moved to try to get back on our feet over a 3-year period.
30 seconds.
Thank you. So the basic question that I have, has there been a comparison done between the expenses of the other way of financing, the general revenue bonds, or some other form of lease purchase? And what is the bottom line cost to our budget moving ahead? Thank you.
I have a question. How much do you think we're borrowing?
Started out at $14 million.
That was then. How much do you think we're borrowing now on this
Still
agenda
paying
item?
on it whether you use it or
On
not.
this agenda item right here.
Whether you use it or not, you're still paying on it at $14.something million. Get real, Peter was saying.
Okay. And just to clarify, this is not a new borrowing. This is a borrowing that occurred in 2007. This is money that is still unspent. And yes, we are repaying it, and we will be repaying it until 2037. It was a 30-year borrowing. It has a dedicated revenue source to repay that. That is tobacco settlement money. If we went out and tried to sell a bond to repay that, instead of the tobacco settlement money becoming a dedicated source to repay that, it will be an assessment on property taxes. And have we done that comparison? No, not at this time. But it's something we could look at. But again, that would require support of the voters, and they already have a number of bonds, assessments on their property tax bills for school bonds, for the jail bond, etc. But this is not a new borrowing. This is money from the 2007 borrowing. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments? Let's bring it back to the board for discussion.
I'll speak. This has been discussed a couple of various times, and I know staff has looked a lot into it. To make full use of this building, we have to face some remodeling opportunities, or we have to make the bathrooms accessible. We need some opportunities for people to gain access into the room a little easier than what we have now. I think this, as I see this as a phase-in, I think that's important because we're taking care of the priority of accessibility to this building so it can be used more often, more frequently by people. It's taking a look at moving departments around and utilizing this building. In the big picture, it's taking some of those services that are out in the community back here to the government center, so we're going to save in the long run of paying for a rental. So I like how it's all phased into the various 3 phases at this point. But first and foremost, we need to have the folks come in and do a true analysis here of accessibility to the building. I mean, it's been noted. We've had our surveys before, and we know it needs to be done. I mean, we're not going to be able to use this building at some point if we don't, number one, the bathrooms. I mean, I don't know if anybody's used them lately, but it's hard to get into.
I actually watched Megan wait for you to come out so she can go in.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able to use the building for anything if we don't have those basic necessity items taken care of, and bathrooms and accessibility to the building, whether it's ramping or the lifts, whatever it might be. But the building will be useless to us if we don't take care of at least those things. And then taking care of those things, we can start looking at who's who and who's better fitted for this room. When it frees up other space, and we can take a look at some of the other departments that are off campus, on campus. I mean, one of the things noted in here, I believe, was probation. I mean, my God, they have to probably get in their car 28 times a day to come over and do business here on this complex. If they were on site, that's going to save not only the rental cost, but it's going to save the time and the travel cost of these employees who, this is their place of business right here for the most part. So I'm supportive of this project. I mean, another eye looking at the financial picture, I think is always helpful. I see that being done all the time. If we need to take a look at it just to be sure, I'm okay with that. But I think we have to move forward on this project, or we're going to find ourselves, we can't even be in this building.
Mike?
Hi. I'm getting a great education on the first day. One question I might have, I think I have an understanding of our borrowing. There is no promulgated funds involved in this activity.
Absolutely not. The Measure J fund can only be used for the sheriff's office and for the jail. it cannot be used for anything else.
We do have ADA compliance issues here, I understand that. And they do have to be addressed. Honestly, I'm surprised they've gone this far without getting in any trouble. But one question I'm trying to put my arms around the COP fund, and we're using some of it here. How much of it is left? Or, not that I question that it's not there, but what are we looking at that we haven't used of it?
2.9 million.
That's what's left after we use this?
No, after we use it, we don't know exactly what the cost will be for this until we do the RFP. And that's what we're asking for right now, is to issue the RFP so we can get those bids in. No bids will be awarded without the approval of the board. Once we have those bids and we analyze them and make sure that they are what they follow the components of the RFP, we will come back to the board with the actual cost for the phase 1 remodel and make a recommendation to the board either to throw it out or to accept one of the bids.
So it sounds like we have enough in the COP funds, not just to do this, but to get through phase 1.
Oh, most definitely.
We're not going to. My fear is that probably some of what we're hearing too is that we're not going to get to this part, and then we're looking at the general fund to produce money it frankly doesn't have.
No, the general fund does not have money to fund capital projects. We're thinking that this phase 1, only because we ran into infrastructure problems with HVAC, electrical, and plumbing that we have to do, that initially we thought it would cost us just under $400,000. Now we're thinking it's going to be probably about $600 to $650.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that.
Also, some asbestos issues.
I just want to make sure we don't write a check we can't cash, I guess.
No, most definitely. Once we have the bids in, we will be returning to the board because we cannot accept any of those bids. It's up to the board to award.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chris? So part of the deal with improving this building is be able to consolidate government, and so that's kind of like what people like, right? To consolidate government, and as it mentions in this report, the Columbus building we're paying somewhere around $220,000 a year for. Not to mention the trips back and forth to here and what that costs. But also, that building will then become a good retail space that could actually become a retail space downtown. Imagine that. So I see more than one benefit here, and not to mention ADA. I know that this place has been inspected by a CASP certified inspector, so it's on a plan now for ADA, and we need to move forward with that. If you don't move forward with it, they're going to step in and put you out of compliance, and then we'll meet out in the field somewhere. So I'm in support of this as well. So I'd like to call for a vote, please. Motion.
I'll second.
So Supervisor Oliveira first, and Supervisor Ponte seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. Okay, so down to number 28, board member announcements. Would you like to start, Debbie?
Sure. I have, at this point, nothing to report. COG did not meet in January. EMS did not meet at the end of, EMS is in the future of January here, so.
They're meeting, what, tomorrow or day after tomorrow, right?
Who's that?
Thursday. Not EMS, but MSOC.
MSOC is meeting Thursday night.
Thursday.
Okay, all right.
Thursday.
I guess I'll be there
If
Thursday
they have
night.
a forum.
If they have a quorum.
Judging by the emails, they do. Okay, is that it?
Yes, for me.
Supervisor Calaveras.
I haven't had the privilege of attending any meetings, any committees, seeing I just signed them, but I have been conducting meetings in the community in District 3, talking with several folks involved in great interest in bringing forth some more projects up in our area, corridor. I'm happy to see that Bear Valley is up and running now. That sale has been finalized, escrow closed. I think we have a new vision for this county, and I'm very happy for it.
Obviously, I just got my community assignments, so I can't report on those. Although it sounds like we, as an alternate on the one that Debbie is chairing, I had some things happen on that already today. But there are just a few things that I have been working on and asked the board to consider. I did ask County Council about strengthening our squatters ordinance and seeking her help on that, for lack of a better term anyway. And it is a huge problem in Rancho Calaveras, where I live, and also have found that it's not just Rancho Calaveras, but it exists elsewhere. And we need really to be able to address it. And I did promise my constituents that I would not let that go, so I'm not going to do that. I would like to see if the board is interested in asking CCWD to make a water presentation to us. I'm not quite sure how to go about that, but there seems to be interest in getting some projects going again, and water is a big question in all of our minds. And I realize there are other water agencies in the county also, but CCWD is a big arm, so I'm not asked for the board's guidance on that. I'm not quite sure how to go about that. But, could ignite that if
We might want to put that on the agenda, include it, forming of a joint water committee, like we talked about in the past.
Yeah. I know a lot of people would like to have that reviewed, and I'd like to have a real understanding of it before I vote yay, nay on some of these projects that I hope are going to come before us. My constituency also asked for the Rancho Special Plan to be submitted, and we've also given that to the County Council, and we're waiting for that to be reviewed, as well as the planning director saw it. And when that's kicked back, we'll have a public meeting on it. And those are some things that I promised that I would do, and I want them to know that I kept my promise. And going forward, there's a lot of other things, and I look forward to working with everybody. And have a good meeting. Thank you.
So if we, what date do you guys want to put that on the agenda? The water. So I'd like to have a discussion of forming a joint water committee. See if we want to do that. So you guys all agree to have that discussion?
Yeah.
So let's put on a date. Have that meeting.
If you want CCWD to participate or make a presentation, let me make that contact with them and see what they can do and when they're available, if that's okay with the board.
I would say, yeah, please do. I think it's important, and especially.
And I want to make sure we actually just have an agenda item to talk about the joint water committee. So I'd like to just put that on the agenda, and we can invite them all to come and participate. But at least we can then have the discussion, as a full discussion as a full board, and go over that. So if we can get a date set for that today.
I think he's talking about more than just CCW.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there a date that you guys want to do that? March?
Second, as soon as Diane can put it on the schedule.
Well, we're finalizing the agenda tomorrow. All the packets are due for the 27th.
So
we'll be looking at February, but our office will also be working on your mid-year report. So if it can wait to the beginning of March, I would appreciate that.
Probably give them time.
Yeah, probably better. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I have.
All right.
So on 12/17, I attended CCWD to receive a letter of support from them on the County Watershed Management Pilot Program, and I received it. On the 18th, I had a chamber meeting, and I met with SPI, Mark Lester, about the watershed program. Asked him to move forward on getting a letter of support from SPI. On the 19th,
I kind of got into something else. We are going to have, this is a meeting for the Save the Music program, and it's called Calaveras Save. And so we've decided we're going to have a Calaveras Has Talent show. And it's going to be for every community. And so far, God willing, everything works out. So far, the finals will be held at Ironstone in September. And so I talked to John about that and his wife, and they agreed. So putting together a committee to start this process. So look for 2 days out of some month during the year that we're going to be doing. Al, you might want to do this. We're going to be doing looking for talent, and you can come in and sing and see if you get chosen. So the way it's working so far is we have 10 communities that we're choosing, and out of the 10 communities, we go up and we do auditions. If we break it down into a semifinal, 2 semifinals actually, it encompasses the whole county. So we're going to get Bret Hart involved in the whole part of the county, and then it'll be a semifinal, and then the final will be really cool, I think. So anyhow. Neil Yamervik and Stephen Baum is working on that, and we are looking for committee members on that as well. On the 7th, between the 19th and the 6th, really, I was sicker than a dog. So hope you guys didn't feel like I was going to be productive during that period of time. On the 7th of January, went to UC Davis with Chris and John Gerbini Jr., and we met with the Dean of Agriculture and a couple of watershed management, watershed professors, and another professor that had to deal with the forest. And so it was a really good meeting, real productive. Right after that, we went to the Nature Conservancy and met with them and about this program. And they were pretty excited about it, actually. And then on the 9th, met with Mokewise. That was an all-day meeting. That was the same day that I scooted from there just to come over and watch our new supervisors get sworn in. And then I went back and spent the rest of the day over there. That was on last Friday. Mm-hmm. And so Mokewise was, they're trying to choose projects. And trying to weigh them to see which in the Mokelumne River and the watershed, and it has to do with water, right? And they're going through the exercise of the collaborative groups, which are usually working against each other to try to get them to work together. And it's actually a pretty interesting process that they're using. And so, like I said, I also came to the swear-in. I thought the place was packed. It was a really good swearing. And that's it.
Thanks. Just a reminder to all the board members, since it was mentioned earlier, but nobody mentioned the reporting out. Public Works Director interviews will be this Friday, the 16th, beginning at 8 o'clock at Foothill Village and the 3rd floor lounge, our conference room. Also, I'm sure you're all aware that the budget The governor released his proposed budget for 15-16 on Friday morning. It was a $113.3 billion budget. Obviously, between now and May revise, things may change. And I have already printed out the summaries from CSAC, from RCRC, and I will be printing out the one from the legislative analysts. But some of the high points that we know that are at the moment in there are $533 million in pre-2004 mandated payments, of which 73% will go to counties. $125 million in SB 678 monies, and those are for probation. $644,000 for payment in lieu of tax. Those are for state properties within the county that we don't get property tax on, so it's payment in lieu of those property taxes. $150 million in Medi-Cal County administrative costs, and $10 million to fund fair operations. Obviously, as we go through the summaries and his budget, the governor's summary of his budget, we'll be analyzing those and what those impacts are to the county so that we're prepared as we prepare our budget for 15-16.
All right, thank you. Megan?
I don't have anything to report today.
Okay.
I'd just like to say one last thing. Thank you, new board members, for going through your the hard task of campaigning. I know what that's like, and I think as we all feel, we're very happy to have you guys here. Thank you very much. And that, Diane? Are you sure? Okay. So I guess that concludes our meeting for...
Since it's agendized, you got a little bit of a public comment thing here.
From you, Joe?
Yeah, you bet. Got a couple of issues. Your watershed project, is it still a state funding oriented project, or is it switched to government funding?
Excuse me?
Your watershed project, is it still a state funded oriented project, or is it going to federal funding?
It's going to wherever I can get the money.
Okay.
So it's basically the funding would be for creating the program which would create a study that would be used to present the value of the program to the end user to get it off of any type of state or federal funding altogether.
Oh, okay. So it is then it's different from CCWD's watershed management program?
Yes.
Doesn't mimic it?
No.
Okay. The other thing is, I believe it was a couple of weeks ago when the planning director had been here and did something, and I believe he was brought pulled in under this item here, board member announcements, to give a status report on something. I don't remember what it was, but I believe it was done at the end of the meeting and under this announcement. So I would say that if you're going to do that type of thing, then you be sure to put it in as a agenda item so that the people that might want to be here for that, I wasn't here for it, I would have stayed had I known. So it should stay board member announcements and keep the agenda items out of it, if you would, please.
He just announced the general plan release.
Pardon me?
He just announced the general plan that was going to be released.
And I would like to have been here to know that if I would have known he was going to be pulled up under this type of thing rather than an agenda item or before where agency members come up and make announcements. So putting it at the end is, I didn't like it, and then I found out about it. So thank you.
In your travel, you mentioned Governor Brown's budget. Is it a possibility that you get a chance to have a auditor controller's estimate of money for the state? Did you get the copy of that? Did you notice that? The state auditor.
The state audit
controller.
Controllers. We pulled down the information
Okay.
from...
But I would love to hear your impression of that to give some reality to these folks, okay? There's a little bit difference between the two, I believe, I
There
noticed.
always is. There's a difference between the controllers
Right.
on the budget, the legislative analyst.
I've seen it. I've seen both, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. The other thing I would like to mention is that we're spending a lot of money getting carpetbaggers in and out of this county. They're here for a couple of weeks, they retire, they leave. Another one comes in from another county. We're going to set us straight, folks, you know. And we pay them fully, and we get crap, putting it bluntly, okay? Now, I would, whatever your staff do, you're going to be responsible for it, no matter what. I mean, we had some experience with public works, so please. The other thing I would like to mention is CCW, folks. I think there's a gentleman behind me over here brought it to the attention. You can spend all the money on general plant, unless you know what a source of water and so on going to be. You're wasting your money. You're wasting your time and wasting your money. So I'd like to have a report on that. How are you going to handle it? Otherwise, you're wasting time and money, and you're going to hire another general plant manager. What do we have? Half a dozen now? So please, there's more going on in this state than Calaveras County. You're going to, when you're traveling, talk to some of the folks in the other county. And hopefully when you're traveling, like CSAC, there's a number of counties and cities and so on, put an endorsement on, endorsing Prop 13. And I don't want to go above anybody's head. Take a look at Prop 218 when you're traveling and talk to folks. Inconvenience. But that's reality. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to recess into closed session.
Good meeting.